Tech support, welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? Coffee did go. Welcome on in. How are you? Same questions, both of you. You are the first two. Oh my god. Congrats. You win nothing. We have some pretty good news today. We have some pretty bad news as well. I don't have a first command. I know. I know. Professional streamer. But yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, sorry. I need to I would love to put some other things in place, but it's just like I would love to do so much things for the stream that I just don't take the time to do. That's the reality. Like I would be great. It would be great. I it sounds like it. I agree. I agree. It sounds like it. No, the main reason, the main thing that I'm using is Atom, which you probably have heard of. And Atom has 99% of what I need. And the only thing that I'm missing is the voice command. And so that's why my PC is running StreamerBot so that I can have like all the Fox and the technically and all of that being like triggered automatically without me having to press a button. But the other thing is that the StreamerBot is not for macOS, and I feel like it would be useful. And for you, what you are currently building is working on macOS. It does have sound control, so maybe I do. Maybe I do need to transfer everything, but I have a feeling that basically I would transfer everything um, if slash when I decide to once again redo the entirety of the stream overlay and the alerts and the things. Atom. Um, there. Um, so yeah, the thing that we are building with Stony right now, Noms, is also interesting and does, if I'm not mistaken, contain some sort of a transcript-based voice commands. So because of the fact that it's transcript based, it has a bit more delay than like direct thing. In the future, when there will be an app and something that can run on device or have like a browser source in OBS that can manage everything, that yes would work. But like for now, that's not the case. So we'll see. We'll see. And it's not the main point uh, of the of the bot itself, but also like Mayhem that you are building is indeed um, pretty enticing, pretty interesting. The only thing that I you talked about that last time on your stream when I raided you. Um, there is too much shit in there. Like it's great for a power user, but for someone that doesn't need 90% of your event trigger 3D rendering. I mean, not 3D rendering, but like on-screen event animations and shit. It might feel like a bit too much, and therefore you have the. Well, I mean, you were talking about the fact that you wanted to have a mode that was basically noob, doesn't need shit, and therefore you don't display everything that is available. So um, that's that's the thing. I do like the potential idea of having like an advanced mode when needed or when I understand things, but I also kind of again designer here, so obviously I'm optimizing for UX. Um, I'm hoping and making sure that the thing is as straight to the point as possible, unless the user wants to. So for the thing that you want to build, which is extremely complex, or not extremely complex, but like the goal is to make it less complex, you have to limit the UI in the beginning, and this is really bad. Um, like it's not recommended to hide things because most user, or at least hide thing that some people could benefit from behind like a advanced mode, mainly because you end up with some people that don't really know that the things exist anyways, and therefore they never use the feature. And that's kind of bad. Like the only people, like for example, I'm not taking my own advice on this one because it didn't feel like I needed to when I built this, but now I feel like I might have to. Um, the Perfume app in its default form, the first time that you are downloading it from the stores, you are getting it in its base mode. So in settings, you have like advanced mode thing, but you don't like if you never open the settings in your life, you will never know that this is here. And you would never know that there is recommendation systems and so on that are in the app, and that's kind of the goal. Like I made the app in a way that is good enough for 99% of people, and then the very hardcore perfume enthusiasts that want like some details and some things, then and only then can they have access to these, and they would open the settings because they want to check, right? But it is like very much minimal. So basically what happens is when you are in the default mode, the perfume view is just this. Like you don't have shit in there. It's just, oh yeah, that's the perfume in question. Here are your journaling entry because that's the main point of the app. And that's it. You have some information about like this is not for you, this is never again for you. And it's blurred, like you can't really access them, so it's like on purpose. Um, but if you go into advanced mode, which is like data disclosure, you end up with a lot more information about the perfume in question. You can add so much things in there that are like granular for some very specific type of people. So in my case, it makes sense kind of to hide things because the perfume enthusiasts that are like very much enthusiasts do need these, but the people that are just having like 10 to 12 perfumes in their collection and don't need more, they don't care about the details. They would not like rate the bottle. They would not rate the scent. They would not necessarily understand how to explain the skin chemistry for the perfume. So it's fine. But for you, any single feature that you have is almost necessary in order to make the thing works and to let the user know that they can do whatever they want. And that's a bit of an issue because again, you have not too much, but like you have everything in there. So it is really necessary to force all the features. Atom in question is not the greatest. um, it's a good app overall. It does the job. I'm using it for most of my sound alerts, like the thing that are triggered when something is said on in the chat or something is triggered through um, right a channel point redemption. But there is a ton of things in there like would be probably more interesting if I was using your bot instead. For example, the themes, which are officially not available anymore. You don't have access to this because they are tied to the redemption. These are additional source filters inside of OBS that are triggered, basically. So it's using the move transition to do things within OBS, whereas for you, I would simply have one of your overlay that would be used as the theme things, and then it's just programmatically set properly. So that would be simplified by a lot with your own system compared to what I have here. So, but the system in itself is very simple. You just have your alerts or events or things, and then you define what it is. You have your triggers, you have your checks. This one does need like the information about the user in question, and then you have what is currently happening, like what is changed, and that just triggers when something happened. So right now, the thing that I'm missing here in Raid and names is just like the profile picture is broken for some reason. Um, but then in raid, for example, when someone is raiding in, something is triggering OBS to change scene, so that's something that you can do, and then it takes anything from the rated names to update the content, and that's also something that you could do as well. So there is a lot of things in there, like the if else, the toggles, and the sequencing for stuff that is really good, but it is also very clunky. It takes a lot of time to load. It breaks every other day. So, don't necessarily like it the most, but it is. For some reason, um, actually, hi, we're going in. It's I mean, I have discovered that this bitch is somehow breaking the stream at times, and yeah, it's kind of sad. It shouldn't be the case, but actually, what the fuck? What are you lending first thing in the morning? Like what's happening? That that is not a normal day. That is not a normal day. That it's mm-mm, that is no good. Um, but what morning nonetheless. I hope you're good. Um, so yeah, there might be like a lot of things that you have in MAME that would be pretty useful, and for sure would make it like really good. I just again I need a reason. And I am really close to the reason. I'm not gonna lie. I am really close to saying, well, this overlay has been here for like 3 months. It pisses me off. Let me just change everything. And usually when that happens, I have new alerts, new things, new whatever, and therefore go through uh, another system is not a bad idea. The only thing that is keeping me on the Atom usage instead of anything else is the fact that Atom is paid, and therefore I have paid it, and it's a yearly subscription thing. So obviously it's enticing to stay there because you paid for it and you have everything set up. But yeah. Um so the buffering and the stream fail is a combination of many things. It's a combination of the fact that my Mac is old. That's the real thing. Since I've been starting to build my own shit, it is also like having a bit of issues with the GPU and CPU allocation because they are taking or taken from OBS through like cursor, Xcode, and so on. For some reason, I don't really understand. Um, and then when something graphical is happening on stream, it kind of breaks more. So that is the issue. I used to do dual stream, like dual PC stream, with the PC being the streamer thing and the Mac doing just the screen and screen captures through the PC. But again, I'm still a designer. That doesn't change. There are some grays, the color gray, in dark mode macOS in most apps that just flicker through the Elgato capture cards, and I don't know how to fix it. I have tried many things and nothing has fixed. if you look at, if you're someone that is watching like YouTubers and so on, um, Theo, which is a AI-based YouTuber, I guess, is capturing his Mac most of the times, and you can see some flickers um, in some places, and it's just I hate it, so I don't want to do that. And then also, I when I came back from, I was living in Japan. When I came back here, I had the plan of just moving back to Japan in the next 2 to 3 months tops. So I sold everything that I had mostly. So I had a 3080, I sold that. I had like lights and booms and other things. And therefore, um, this PC is now running 2060 Super, I think. It's fine, but it's not the greatest for streaming, so that's why it's just used for NVIDIA broadcast and the mic things with streamable, which is an overuse of the electricity for sure, for sure. Yes. I don't necessarily see flickers on yours most of the times. I think that you have things pretty dialed in, which is good. Um, it's really on these like that type of gray. And if you have like cursor or if you have VS Code in one of the dark themes, they are just thing that flickers. And then the other one that is the biggest offender for me is Figma default dark mode background is flickering. And so it's just like a very specific Xcode with the color that just flickers things, and I don't know why. I have no idea why that's the case, but all I know is that this default gray is absolutely flickering through both the Pro capture card, like the big one that is slotted in, the single one, and the single dongle as well. Like I have both all three except the HD60 because that's the latest one that I don't have. And yeah, it's um it's pretty bad. Did you use it as a mirror with pass through or without? I did use it as a mirror because I didn't have an external screen. I mean, I don't have an external screen, so I can't pass through to a display. So yeah, it was set to default. The settings were set to anything that is supposed to be working, and just it wasn't. That's I think that's the truest of truths. Um, I I had passed through for a while when I was basically when I had the other desk, not this one. When I had the previous desk and I have two screen, like an ultra wide and regular screens. The regular screen was for the Mac and the ultra wide was for the PC. Capturing the PC was a pass-through system because it needed to go through the Mac and the capture card in a way at some point. And then that kind of stopped because I moved to streaming from the Mac directly. So it is, I know it's feasible. I know the Elgato team has probably worked on some shit to fix it, but as far as right now, mm-mm, not an option just yet. So for now, I'm stuck with just streaming on macOS, which is fine by me. Because again, I still have the goals of moving back to Japan and living there. And if I get a flat that is regular flat, I'm gonna have a lease for a year. And if I need to transport like a display and other things, it's going to piss me off. So that's the thing. But the other stuff is that my it's not in this one, but I have another one. My PC Like the entirety of what is on my PC, my SSD inside is basically inside of an enclosure that can just take regular NVMe SSD, and therefore I can just plug it into any machine, and I have all of my environment done and good. So that's the thing that I've done for multiple times now. I have the mini PC with Linux running for anything, and the PC with Windows on it, which just like the SSD, so that traveling is lighter. But yeah, I wish I could do the exact same thing for the Mac, and that would be an option if I had like a Mac Studio, for example. Um, but it's expensive, and then I needed a screen and a keyboard and a mouse. Mm, mm. So yeah, I I wish. I don't know if that will happen. I have a lot of doubts that that will happen, but we never know. Maybe that's the year that it happens. I hope it updates in 2.5 months when there is the Apple event. Hopefully, I don't know. I hope that they are announcing like a bit of a bump in specs for the Mac Studio, but I have doubts. I'm not gonna lie, I have a lot of doubts for that. Um, but it could happen, and it could be good. Could be good. The thing that I don't like though is uh the new prices. So yeah, I have never used the Macromers buyer's guides. No, I have I have never used a. Um, yeah, that's too late. Feels, welcome on in. How are you? Let's see. Dapshi just landed on the first try, so I don't know if you're gonna do the same thing. We never know. Maybe today is a landing day, or maybe I'm just jinxing it, as always. Um, Damn. Shit. That was so close. Um, for you specifically, yeah, you landed, bitch. You landed like almost well. Not very well, but oh, damn, that was close as well. Um, I have some things for you. I was lurking from far away on Stony Stream yesterday, and I think the latest plugin that you're building is exactly what I was looking for. So you might convert me. You might be the reason why I'm finally putting in place No Mercy server, the torrent one. The fact that I wouldn't have to think about it, and it would just say, "Oh, you don't have this. Cool. Let me just get it for you." Ah, that makes so much sense. I don't think the radio one makes any sense for me. I don't really listen to the radio anyways, but yeah, that like I mean you should. The only reason why I know is because I was looking, I saw that you shared a link in Stoney's chat, and I clicked on it, and I was like, damn, this is exactly what I need. That's the reason why I loved popcorn time when it existed in the first place. Um, and yeah, that's a good idea. It's a good idea, and it's an external plugin, so it's not necessarily linked to No Mercy as a whole. So you know, it's good. Chibuki, so corny. Um, but yeah, no, I don't know if these are true. Um, but also I disagree with that. Um, I don't think now is a good thing, a good time to buy the MacBook Pros, even though that's the only Mac that I would buy anyways. But um, yeah, I think there will be an update soon because they have done the cycles of um new processors per year, roughly. So M4 was like last year, M5 or M5 was last year, M6 is supposed to be this year. Um, and therefore, even though they are just making updates here and there, I feel like it's not gonna like it's always gonna be up to date, but also the fucking RAM thing is crazy. Like I don't want it. I don't want the fucking it's Bryce. Like right now, the MacBook Pro in the US is roughly 10K if I buy it as I want it. If I buy it in France, is roughly 10K as well. And if I buy it in Japan, it's 7.6. So obviously I'm gonna buy it in Japan, but still, goddamn. Um, it's like it's so expensive. It's so expensive. Do I have it in my card? I don't have it in my card. But like the update makes it go to 1 million yen, which was not the case before. And like I don't I don't want that. 1 million yen is a lot. Also, I'm maxing it out. Like that's the point. This one is the one I'm streaming from is the M1 Max maxed out at the time 32 gigs of RAM that was available. And that is kind of struggling now. Like it's been a bit and it's been living. So now like going through this is expensive. Oh my God. Um, with that, that's pretty good. But yeah, that's oh it's cheaper than before. Cool. It's 6K. It is 6K. The thing that pisses me off is that before the RAM update prices that they had, it was 4K. Like it was 7K roughly in France in euros and 6K and 4K in Japan, which is crazy. But is USD like there? Was it just here? Yeah, it's 7K in the US. Also, for those of you who are like me that are interested in the Japanese yen and the course of the value of the yen, there has been some intervention from the Japanese banks and the US banks as well that have bring it back down, which is pretty good when you are looking at the chart like this, and then you zoom out and you're like, oh, that's a significant drop. I like this. And then you zoom out and you're like, that all right. And then you zoom out. Well, it did nothing. The first time I went to Japan was basically here when it was going back down, which was the lowest in a long time at almost 100 for 1. And and it's just been going up. So that's good for me. But have a good luck. But yeah, um I wish it went back down at some point, like as down as here. That would be interesting. But I doubt it will happen. Anyways, let me look at that. Um, look at that question. So you said, if the world keeps getting into new wars and AI hype cycle, this may be a great time to buy a MacBook since they will just get more expensive. Yeah. However, this is not something that I will say most of the times, but I am hopeful in one specific thing, which is the people that are the reason for the wars are probably gonna die soon. Most of them. Um, like for the 3 or 4 that I'm talking about, um, we've been waiting for them to just collapse and disappear for the past few years. And there has been times where we never were sure if they were still alive or not. So I have hopes that it will happen sooner than later. So yeah. um oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Isn't it uh what's his name? Is it I mean, seems kind of the same to me. I you know, I similar build, similar nose shape, similar head shape. Seems pretty. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. I mean, that's look regular to me. I don't know. It's realistic. No, Fable and Claude in general with image generation and SVG generation is just so bad. I would not recommend it any day. So that's yeah, that's funny. At least it has some curve. It used to do stickmans, so it is better than nothing. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things happens. I have things for Stony right here, which we're gonna wait for because that is useful. That's for Denny. We'll see in a second if Denny pops in. And then there has been a ton of other things that have been popping in terms of design that is also inspiration for anyone that is trying to do some branding today. A lot of people are going into very creative slash serif fonts in order to stand out. And so this one is a bit of a custom E, I guess. It doesn't make it readable or anything, but it is something that I'm seeing a lot of people trying to go towards just to stand out. Um, the implementation is really interesting. The effect on shaders here, which I'm expecting the artichoke in the background to be 3D-ish, I hope. But this is not like, again, this is not the first time that I'm seeing something very similar in terms of finding a very serif slash organic fonts for a branding system, and going with some shaders and other things for the content and the rest of the content. So that's a bit of a pattern. There is another pattern that I've been noticing and haven't really talked about for a bit, but it is very much stronger than before. So just mention it. These these have been coming in as decorative elements on a lot of places. Like Figma had them. Um, I think ChatGPT had them. This is like a generated thing from a designer, obviously, so it's different. But all of that kind of stacked image within a card for decoration purposes and or preset purposes is something that I've been seeing like a lot more lately. And we have, I think, three that I have saved already. So that I think that's a pattern. Again, not saying that's a good thing or bad thing, just mentioning the fact that it is a recurring theme. Recurring. It came back. Um, and it might be interesting to take a look at it. I don't think this implementation is good, by the way. Um, I think this is kind of, well, kind of bad, if I'm honest. There are some implementation options that you could have made here to make it a lot more interesting. Like these things could have been at the top, and because of the space that we have, the slider could have been like full width to get like more impact on what you're actually doing. But that's a bit of a personal choice. The other one that we have, which I don't know if I saved there, that's kind of the same thing. Not exactly the same, obviously, but like that's kind of the same thing. Um, so it's it's a pattern. It's things that I've been seeing that are coming on, getting into everyone's designers' minds. So we'll see. Um, I've maybe been miseducated on what French booklets means. Seems to be confused too. So the thing is, I don't know what a French booklet is because as a French, we don't name our things French, whatever. So, um, yeah. Uh, but then let me read the second portion of the question. What would you call a trifold and what would you call quadrifold? Uh, yeah. So these brochures, that is very French. Um, they depends. So the Z fold is the common pattern for most things. Sometimes we have trifolds that are folding on top of each other, and that is rare. Again, this is the shit that I learned in school because I went to print school officially. Officially. Um, so I may have some documents about it. The the trifold, I used to call that a trifold, no questions. Um, the quadrifold that you have here, this is this is a folding technique that we use for books specifically to get the cut properly in the right place. So basically, this means that you are like actually printing your pages on a page that is big like this, that's going to be folded in a way that all of your elements are printed in the right orientation, and then you can cut the top so that the book can stay open. Um, but this, I forgot. Um, I forgot the name. I forgot the name in. So I'm confused with the galette. Uh, I forgot the name in French, and I guess if people are calling that a French fold, then you can call that a French fold, which kind of makes sense with the fact that you are wanting a booklet in its usage, like what is supposed to happen here with the cut at the top after the fact. This is the regular thing. If you want the cut, if you want the folded that expand, this is a bit of a weirder thing. I usually don't recommend that, to be honest, mainly because this is going to be uh, confusing for the user once they are unfolded everything. So That to me, I mean, you are saying that you have been told that the threefold is the French one, and I don't know. Uh, yeah, I I'm gonna type in French. Yeah, trifold or pinch, which is uh, the other one, but like I should not. Mm-mm. If you're speaking French, you speak French. Um, yeah, the accordion fold is our regular thing. Letter fold things. I I would say based on experience, the fact that I fold my letters either either way, like a trifold or a Z fold, means that this is what I've been taught by my dad, my teachers, the society around me as a default fold. So maybe this is the reason why it's called French fold because this is what I've been taught. But I have no idea if it's called French or anything else. Like it isn't. For me, it isn't. The fourth one, the one that you have, is this one, which is a what we call un pli piqué, une reliure, which is basically doing this um, for everything that you need inside of your books, because you have like mini fold with it, and then you just cut the top, and you have booklets, as you name it at the beginning. Other than that, I don't know. But that's basically what we do. We do this, so we do the fourth thing, and then we staple them and we cut the top officially. I mean, we cut the top and the bottom, but we cut the top. But now every page is open. But yeah, going back to what I said earlier, that it is rare in most languages, I think, to name something based on your country. Um, like we don't call it a French baguette, right? Um, the leaflet is for me. The leaflet is the fourth one. Like something like this or something like this would be like a leaflet. Sometimes you can have the gatefold, but yeah. I mean, all of the purples and the first two in the blue are leaflets for me in terms of the stuff that I know. Like maybe this one as well. This is just like a prospectus. So this is just an ad, but as long as you have more than two folds, I feel like this is or two or more folds. This is going to be a leaflet for me, and then these are for print. So yeah, it's rarer, but yeah. Um, Maybe I don't know enough about my own country to answer that to you. um, I mean. that might. Um, that makes sense. Ah, yeah, they don't want the fucking S. They just want like one single fold. Um, that's a yeah, it's weird. Like this AI overview again is giving you the answer that is this one as the French fold. Um, so maybe that's what it is. Um, but I don't think there is. If I remove the print thing, this is uh this is for sewing, which is different. Yeah. I mean, from the origin, from the website that they are mentioning here, with the dictionary of the print industries, which is probably what I had in my uh, print classes. Yeah, it is. And this one is the Canadian one. So that is in there, but like I doubt. Um, yeah, 100%. Um, I'm looking if they have Lee, and if they name it, oh my God. Dash, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? Long time no see, indeed. Indeed. Um, we have a pétouille. Okay, so we have a pli, a pli, a pli accordéon, a pliage, a pli cylindre, a pli fenêtre. Do we have a pli français? There is no pli French fold in here, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a bit of a reinforcement of what I said earlier. Of it is rare to have the name of the country in the name of the thing from the country in itself. So it's not called a French fold, but it's not explained either. Like there is no explanation here of the full French fold things. Hugo, what? How are you? So that's interesting. Nonetheless, this is the Canadian one, so it's different. Stony, welcome on it. How are you? How's the day going? Um, if you want to read French things, um, that happens. That happens. Um, that was, I mean, but all of you very close to the target. I just saw that. You can't hear nothing. I'm sorry about that. Just refresh. Refresh. And then they have the names in English, but none of them are French fold. They have former fold, but that's not in there. And they don't have a pli piqué, which is the secondary name of the reliure option. So that's interesting. Um, I would have expected them to have a pli piqué at least, because it makes sense, but it's not there. So yeah, to be checked. Nonetheless, nonetheless, that's all I have for you, which is not enough. I know, but yeah, I have no information about it. I don't know if this makes sense, and I would not have known what if something that is related to France would have been. So yeah, and no, this is not Zen. This is still Arc. I'm still using Arc because it's better, but it's also shit. But it's better, but it's also shit. I have all of the others. I have downloaded all of the alternative versions of browsers that could be interesting. Helium is there. Zen is somewhere in there. I have others that are like very much trying. Aura is one that is trying to do the same thing, and they are all not good enough for me to just switch and try something else. So yeah, I know for a fact I need to uninstall Windsurf because it's pissing me off. It's taking over Xcode and other things. So that's bad. That's bad. Um that's bad. The issue that I have with Zed uh is it's just a copy of Arc. And they don't hide anything. Like it is 100% a fucking exact copy of Arc for their theming option, for the way that it behaves, for lately their addition for spaces and some of their new stuff. It's just like it's just a copy, and I'm like, does it make any fucking sense to like just duplicate? Kinda, because Arc is not, it's maintained, but it's not like worked on. But then again, like once the thing is done, other than security checks, you may have the need for no updates whatsoever. And yeah, I don't know. Um, I don't know. I don't think it's on its deathbed, to be honest. I have received an update yesterday. 3 days ago, I had an update on the Windows version. Like it's maintained. They are doing new things, and I mean not new things, but they're still shipping updates. And I hate the fact that their fucking thing at the bottom that says, "Oh, you have a new update available," isn't like a single click thing. You need to hover it and then wait for 2 seconds and then click on the button. That's a pain in my ass. But it is updated, kind of good. Josh said something earlier today, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, something. Sorry, some big ass thing. Um, like basically, he lives in his bubble of AI agents and shit, but like the entire thing, and every time also that's the thing, like every time that he posts is just, oh yeah, cool, we have shipped the thing that we had in Arc, but now it's in Dia, so we have taken like 3 years basically to put the thing that you had and still have, because what they just implemented is this. Like the fact that I can swipe through. Like they couldn't swipe through in Dia before. That makes no sense. Um, so you know, um, and yeah, the Dia website is so weird. I don't I don't understand. Like I I I get it. It's marketing and it's there for creating whatever reaction to the people. I have never screamed at a tab because that's basically what they are doing in the video in question. Like I screamed at the content of the website that I'm looking at, but I have never screamed at a tab for, I don't know. Cybersick, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? 60 streamed is impressive. It is impressive. God damn. Congrats. Welcome in. Um, so I don't know. I had the at the time, and then I removed it because it pissed me off. Um, the again that thing at the bottom, the fact that they have this kind of holographic flow on top when you are creating a new tab in Dia is is the only thing that I like about the browser itself. Like that's it's just visuals, but that's about it. Like the rest is useless, and Arc made things better. I don't know. I don't know. It feels off. It feels off. Nonetheless. Um Nonetheless. Stony, how's everything? You almost broke everything on my end. With your latest push slash PRs things from last night at midnight when I was absolutely asleep. You almost broke everything. Because it is live. You can now npm I and mom dash or slash UI, then you can get the thing. It, yeah, no announcement yet. um, I need to send you um I need to send you a discount code so that you can test it if you can. That would be appreciated. Um, but officially, the npm registry is working, is there. Officially, I don't trust it. We've had 474 downloads. I don't think this is any real numbers because basically what happened is I published the thing and then it was marked as last published a minute ago, and we had 113 downloads immediately. So this is just crawlers and all the other things. So this is kind of bad. But if that is true, and people have been downloading it, and it's been like 474 people that have tried it, then that's interesting. I am guessing this is real fake numbers. Just bots that are trying things and seeing if for some reason I have left a secret inside of this, which I probably have. I probably have. Uh, but yes, other than that, that that is that is it. It is released. It is released, and it is working. Again, the arc is bad for this website specifically. Um, and mobile version is very, 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 very bad. Mhm. Um, so no good. I have made some changes in the landing page a bit, and yeah, uh, but that is also very important for most people. I made that clear. You can get 15% off all of the sales that you make. So if you make a sale, or if you help me make a sale, you can earn like $70 without doing shit, basically. Most affiliate marketing that I've seen are like at 30%, 15%. I think I'm the only crazy one to give you 50% because I don't care about the money, but still useful. So this is their mobile. As I mentioned, mobile version is absolutely broken, which is kind of bad. The themes are working as intended. So if you are someone that is preferring like Orange for some reason, you can navigate the website with Orange as a base thing, which is pretty cool. The icon viewer is going to be useful for most people. The docs is the last thing that I need to update to get the how to install, because you need the npmrc file at the root folder so that you get like your license key and so on in there. So um yeah, god damn it, this is not good. um but no, it is on purpose. That bounce in question, I guess that's the thing that you are mentioning. It has some breaks. Like animations are bad, not gonna lie. Um, oh, it does this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does a double. This is yeah, I've seen that before. I have seen that before. The proof that I haven't tested on Safari for sure. For sure. Um, it does that on both things. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Gonna fix that. But this has been updated, sent. Navigation is working, which is what we wanted to have. Um, and that is good. We give you the ARC experience here, so it makes sense. Same thing. We see the same thing. Transitions are good. The explanations there are good as well. We have all of the theming capabilities that are in there. That just makes sense. I don't know. I like it. And then I haven't published that just yet. It's waiting publishing right here. Haven't done that. I need to. I have implemented the button padding behaviors that I was talking about last time, which is basically saying that when you have an icon on both sides, it's equal values on both sides for the padding. When you have an icon on only one side, then this side is going to be shorter in terms of spacing than this side, which right now it looks like it's almost as if it went through. I think it went through. It did. That's good. That's good. It went through. Um, so that's a good system. I do like this system. It's true that that is broken for real. Um, but yeah, all of these are good and working. So we'll see what we can do with that. It's been released, which is the important part, and now I can focus on other things, which is the reason why today's stream title is like this. I can now break shit, and I was in the process of breaking shit, and then I hit my limits of tokens. So yeah, that's what happened. This is such a wild thing today. I guess yeah, I guess this is not. This is no good. I guess this is no good. I'm gonna blame the PC for that. Some of the things are not getting through as they're supposed to, which is bad. Which is bad. We have a test on this? We don't have a test on this. We do have a test on this. It's fine. That's wild. Forget about it. um, well, you get a lot, not to, you know, uh, basically brush the ego and so on. But the free tier, you get everything roughly. So yeah, like you get all the components, all the things within the Figma file itself, and then almost all of the icons. And then now you also have like 18/20 um, components in code in the free tier. The pricing is basically aligned with this. We are in that realm now. Um, Basically, last Monday, on Monday, it was at $80, and now we're at 140. Similarly, Align UI is in the same kind of in the same realm. Sadly, we don't have pricing in here, which we should have, but I think that's the thing. Yeah. Align UI is at 300, and they are basically giving you the exact same thing. That's not true. But they are giving you like some similar behaviors here and there. So, eh, debatable. Debatable in terms of pricing compared to the competition. It is. Um, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's just the prices of things um in the current space right now that makes it kind of aligned when it comes to this. Obviously, there are like a lot of other options on the market right now that are cheaper, even free, that potentially have like more content in there. In some places, it really depends, but yeah. I don't think, also going back to what you were saying, I don't think going back to an $80 option is a viable thing. Maybe, I mean, only because it would go back to what we had on Monday, which is basically just the Figma file itself. And in 2026, if you don't have like a Figma file and code, it doesn't make a lot of sense to go through things. So I would say that's the main reason why getting like an in between. And I could do the icon only pack that I used to do, but it doesn't make any sense anymore. Like it's the same thing as usual. If you just wanted the icons, Mm, I don't know. I see your point on the big price, but it's also um basically if you become an affiliate and you get like two people to buy it at that price, you basically get it for free. So yeah. Dragon JT, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for chatting. I appreciate it. It could so I could make a $20 tier. Um, or it's just it's $20 one time, and you don't get any update. It's just like for the current state of things. But is that does that make any fucking sense? I don't think so. Not anymore. Like that's the issue that I have with most of the pricing that exists. It's just like this year, 2025, 2026, and 2027 and onward are going to be the exact same thing where because the designers now have access to the code and the generation of code and being able to just build thing that is shippable, the price and the cost of coding is going so much, or it's going to be so much lower than what it used to be, that if something is not included, it doesn't make any sense. So you kind of need to have the Figma files, the paper files, the code files, and so on within the project, in order to be relevant. And still, it still requires like a lot of work, even if it's automated and AI generated, and therefore the price goes up. So that's thing number one. Thing number two is I absolutely forgot to put in place the parity deal thing that we had a second ago. So basically, parity deal is supposed to give you a discount code based on your location, so that it is aligned with your currency buying powers. So if you are in Japan, for example, you're going to have some sort of a 20% or 40% discount on the final price because the yen is very weak compared to the euros, and therefore it is more interesting. There are some places with parity deals that are getting 70% discounts, which is pretty impressive. And therefore, that is, I think, something that would compensate for what you're mentioning, like the people that for which $140 is a lot, which is a lot of people, then would have some sort of a that is not where it's supposed to be. Would have some sort of a big discount, which would make sense, I guess. I guess. Um, God dang. I know you can't reach it because I'm currently in pixelated, which is good, but I clicked on the developer tabs to get into the code snippet that I need to post and use like on the landing page, and it showcased the PB identifier in clear with a note underneath that said, "Do not expose PB identifier publicly." Maybe blur it first and then let me just copy paste it without showcasing it. You know, like give me a copy button. Oh my God. Um, I don't have this. Yeah, I don't know if that would make sense. I don't think I can do that right here. Ah, yeah, it's gonna be bad. I'm gonna do that not next time, but next time it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. But that's the platform that I'm using, which is really useful to get like parity pricing for most people that have different values. So yeah, I know. And they are doing this, which I don't know if it's still an option. Um, I think this is with their pro tier, like only if I'm paying for their shit. But I don't think that makes any sense because I don't know how it would create like the price tiers for everything with the plus 20%. But yeah, I mean, I think it's the best option in order to ensure that people have access to what you're building without having to break the bank, specifically when the currency where they live is not as strong is a weird word, but like not as strong as other places. So yeah, I like this. It makes sense. It makes sense. Um, Nonetheless, it is integrable, which is good. So yeah, that might help with your pricing issue in the first place. But then again, in terms of what is currently on the market, I am even way lower than what exists, or a slight bit higher than the lowest that I know of, that have price. The other one being free are free, and therefore obviously they don't count. But like the other one that I have is Hero UI, and we've been talking about it, and we've been looking at them, and so on. They have things that are currently set to 299 for just the web version, 299 for just the mobile version, and 399 for both of them. Their thing is good. I love what they've done, but you know, a bit more expensive. They also have like a Hero UI free, which is good, but still, still same thing. I still need to work on the landing page to make it better because this is kind of shit. I don't like it. It's fine enough, but it's there is too much text. This is not good. I'm gonna figure it out. Nonetheless, it's been released. So if you want to test it out, you can do npm I as in inferred right there. That's the that's an option if you want to check it out, at least on a you know on a project that you have. Um, but yeah, schizophrenic. What about it? Yeah, I thought about making it in numbers, but for some reason it's just like there's something that doesn't work for me when it comes to the way that it's rendered. So like if I do this, goddamn, sorry. If I do this, then the next one needs to be also like so, and the next one needs to be like so as well. in order to make sense, right? But the look of it of 6,000 is impressive. 30 is not. Like it's not. Yeah, it's fine, but it's not the best option. Um, so I don't know. I feel like maybe if it was something uh like that, that could be better because there is no value, like there is no numeric values, meaning that if I add components, I remove components, I do things. Yeah. Um, boy. Yeah. What rules do you follow on when to use the switch or the checkbox in UI? When you need to turn on something, you use a switch, and when you need to select something, you use a checkbox. That's usually what it is. So if it is enable feature toggle, if it is how do you want to receive notifications, and then you have options, you check the one that you want. That's basically the mental model that I have because it's it makes more sense, or at least for me, it makes more sense. You can get things like the toggles like so that have like toggles groups and so on. This is mostly when you have like multiple things that you can select. This is going to be when you have only one that you can select and nothing else. And then the switch groups, which we don't really have, or at least if we have it, it's not there. It's only going to be available if like if you can turn on the feature, which in reality that one toggle should be on the right side and not on the left, but that's just because of toggles being placed in different places. So yeah. But yes, they do effectively the same thing. It's just the thing that is around it and what you want your user to understand when they are activating, turning on, or selecting something. Like if it's a radio button, it's just like you have options. You have these three options, but you can only select from these three options. If it is a checkbox, it's just like you have these three options, but you can select all of them if you want. That there is no problem with that. And if it's a toggle slash switch, it's usually just, oh, we have these different thing, like different features that you can toggle on or off. So for the email thing that I was talking about earlier, for the email notification, I want to receive a notification on my phone by email or push notifications. And then on top, as a top level thing, it might be like email notification and a switch on the side that would disable or enable notification altogether. So it's a turn on, turn off situation, whereas this is a selecting something that is going to be activated at times, but yeah, most of the times it's just that's the difference, if that makes sense. Like right now, if I don't have a label, it's activating the label, disabling the label. Um, that's not supposed to be here. That's supposed to show up. That's not showing up. That's broken. I need to fix that. God damn. So yeah, that's the at least for me that's the rules. Um, but it's what makes the most sense. It what makes the most sense. Yeah, nonetheless, Stony, going back to what I was saying, and the reason why you almost break everything is because the push that you had was moving some of the scripts around, and some of them were the new scripts that were publishing the website, basically. So you move shit around that didn't necessarily need to get moved, and it doesn't matter. I just repointed the correct thing for the website deployments, and it's fine. I feel like if I said one UI kit with the UI on top, that lives in Figma and code could be good. Um, you move the CI to CI, but you also moved the build script somewhere else. The thing that are sending to the R2 buckets, you move that somewhere else. And you also simplified, I think, the R2 buckets thingy, which is good. Appreciate it. But yeah, most of it was just like relocation. It made sense, but like most of the scripts now needed to be fixed. That that was breaking. I need to push that down. I need to do this. Also, I don't know you in you as in I don't know if you are in the same realm as me. Um, but Claude Opus 5 in the past week has been so annoying to work with. Writing a lot more than it used to, doing comments when it doesn't need comments, and overall just a pain in the ass. So I don't know if this is just a me thing or if it's an everyone thing. What? No good. No good. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird change. It is doing dumb thing as well. Like it's been doing thing that it was not supposed to be doing. And coming from me is crazy. Um, like yesterday and this morning, I still not a dev. I said, "What the fuck are you doing? This is not the best way of doing the thing. You could do this instead with the proper way of implementation." And Claude said, "Oh, yeah, you're right. This is not supposed to happen. I'm not supposed to be better." Then Claude, this is never gonna be a good thing. So yeah, I don't know. It was weird. Um, yeah. Um, Damn. hmm I think I have ADHD option is good. You should probably do that. What is it? Damn. Yeah, I feel like some of the rules that Stony has put in place makes it less agreeable than it usually is, but I do agree with that. That it usually just says, "Oh yeah, everything is good, everything is perfect. You're right," and so on. But on that one, it was basically I asked to not inline SVG within the code base, and it started inlining SVG within the code base. Like basically the opposite that what I said, and therefore I said, "Fuck off. This is not how it's supposed to be. We already have a thing that is put in place to get icon slots so that you can just put the icon where it needs to be, and it's working, and then it figured it out because it read the correct files, but it was just like, mm-mm, this is not how things are supposed to work. So, yeah. But I do agree that it is agreeable most of the times, and that is not the best of options. In the same thing, J code that we talked about last week or last Monday, I forgot. I think it was on Monday. I saw it on TikTok again earlier, and it might be good, but then again, it's debatable. They say it's the most RAM efficient harness, but I don't. Um, yeah, I think right now the thing that is happening is that because my code base is supposed to be a vanilla HTML, CSS, JavaScript build, but it also has a wrapper option because you can have the vanilla CSS, HTML, and other components within a wrapper of something, it had a bit of a glitch of understanding what needs to go and when. And the example that I had a second ago with um, my label icon not showing up from earlier, that was probably uh, because of that same thing. Like it probably has switched a way of presenting it in the toggle section and or in the toggle groups, I guess, because the label was supposed to get like the info icon, but like now it's showing up. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Now it's working, which is good. Which is good. Um, nonetheless, nonetheless, Stony, what are you working on? That's the blanket statement because I know you're working on everything, but like, what are you working on? Are you more on the No Mercy side or are you more on the Numb side? I'm guessing you're more on the No Mercy side, but I don't know. Um, yeah, same here. Um, as I said to Phils, I am really interested in his latest slash potentially second plugin for the server that as again I've mentioned, it might just push me over the edge and get my own server running. Hmm. Might if it works. I don't know. Uh, so we'll see. Again, I don't have any devices on which it could run. So yeah. And going back to the Fable token things, Chipulis, on what you said earlier, they also gave me like the $100 of tokens that I can only use on Fable, or at least I can use on whatever the fuck I want, but like mostly for Fable. And it it feels wrong. Um, like my feeling here is that they are doing everything in their powers to keep me in and keep me paying for Claude when I have tasted um, Soul and Terra from OpenAI, and I'm like, it's just better right now. Um, I know they expire in September 19th, which is not like tomorrow, so I'm good. Um, and I use them just for Fable. So when I have something that is a bit more complex, I'm gonna run that through Fable and have a Fable run and see if it works. But yeah, and then the thing that happened yesterday. Let me see if I have it. Let me see if I have it like at a glance. Um, I will take a look at that thing. Did I? I did. You see the cost right here? You see the how am I gonna put it? You see the cost. This is DeepSeek V4 Flash, latest version. In the benchmark, it is above Fable and Opus 5 right now. So yeah. Um yeah. I mean, I'm using DeepSeek on OpenCode already because it makes so much more sense. But with something that is so good and so cheap, I mean, there is no question. Basically, the million token out is 25 cent when Fable is what 50, but like Opus is $25. So it's a 10x, sorry, it's 100x in price for the quality that is somewhat sometimes better. So yeah, that's an impressive things. But yeah, I'm really I love Kimi. I have not been able to get the subscription in question because that loaded weird. Um, and I had at some point that's interesting. Um, a GLM thing, like a DeepSeek, I mean not DeepSeek, but like ZAI thing that was running, but it didn't really work for me. But yeah, no, it's good. um, yeah, I mean the thing is that the DeepSeek is not making a profit either because the that's not the goal, which is good. Which is good. Um, and Stony said something and then disappeared. Attempts are being made here, and I don't know what attempts are. Also, add on right there. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That is not scrolling. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not. This is not what we want. Um. Interesting. But that's good. That's all the test that I need to do. So that's a good thing. If you don't know what No Mercy is, No Mercy is Sony's platform that is interesting to have chips right there to to get a Netflix-like experience at home with your own server and your own media. So you own anything that you have in there, and No Mercy is coming from the Call of Duty clan tag from Sony from a long time ago that was No Mercy and then stayed with him for a long time. And now it's still No Mercy in terms of name, but it's there. I had a bit of a debate, I think, 4 years ago now about the name, saying that it might not be the best option because it doesn't mean much for most people, but then, Crunchyroll doesn't mean anything either, like in the streaming platform. So then why not? I mean, a Crunchyroll is just a name, but eh, mm, shit like this. But yeah, no, this is pretty useful, and this is what I might have to install on my own shit soon-ish. I don't know. Again, right now I am on the dev stuff, so I have access to Stoney's server. In reality, legally speaking, I don't have access to his server. So it's just like my own stuff, and I don't have a NAS where I can hold um, the DVDs that I have at my mom's place because she's holding shit. We used to have like VHS tape. I know, I'm old. We used to have a wall of VHS tapes at home. So I do have a lot of physical media at my mom's place, which obviously I don't have here for many reasons. But yeah, there are things in there that make sense. I still will change shit. And that little guy is the thing that I said for Stony earlier, which he hasn't seen yet. This is a very similar face, uh, but properly designed by someone that knows how to design. So that's kind of funny to have that thing right there. Anyways, so this has been released, which is good, which is a good news so far. I don't think it's the best of news, but it's working. But it has a lot of issues, and because I'm still a designer without tokens, I can't do shit about it. So, yeah, these are wrong. Yeah, I see. I forgot about that. The install docs and the PNPM docs are, or links are not what you need to do. So that's the thing that I need to fix as well. But it's sad that I already published the thing, but it is making sense. And then the other thing that I know I have to do is render this view mobile friendly, and I don't know if I want to. Um, Officially speaking, you don't really have access to these pages when you are in the mobile rendering. Um, like it's there, but it's not there. Um, like you have access to the links in the footer, kinda, and it's really much a kind of thing, but you just have like icons, Figma pricing, and license. So that icon is sending you to the icon viewer, and you're good. And if you know that slash docs is the URL that you need to go to get the docs, then you can have access to it. But other than that, it's gonna be kind of stuck. So that's good. But the docs is not readable and visible in uh, on mobile just yet, so I don't like it. Um, that's a that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I can remove that. This is currently costing $140 with everything. In the free tier, if I'm not mistaken, you get the input. So yeah, if you just want to test the input components, it is included inside of the free tier, so you can just npm I with the thing. And then the calendar one in question, the date picker, I forgot how I called it. Date picker is in there, but I don't like it. It's a bit of a classical date picker. Um, Like I would love to make it better than this because this is fine, but it's not good, but it's fine. Um, and it's doing its job, which is like all that we care about. Um, but yeah, it is in there, but this one is in the page here. I still need a lot of work on this uh, to make it worthwhile. The rest is some of the most complex ones are making a bit more sense, but still. Um, what's the non-classical date picker? What do you mean? um, something existing. What's in your head? Oh, you mean because I said that this is too close to a classic date picker? Is that what I said? I forgot what I said a second ago. That's crazy. Um, it's too. The reason why I don't like it is because it is too clean and it is not styled in the mom case behavior, where we don't really have, as far as I know, I don't think I have like a date picker in the the content that we have here. It's just the table that was like the base for the date picker, and the output of the date picker there is similar but not identical to what I wanted to have, and it looks too clean. Like it's not good enough for me for transition of a component I would sell you as something that is good. Like it works in Figma because you don't need to do anything about it, but in terms of behaviors and usage the within here, for example, this makes no sense. So the reason that I have for this is that if I had a range, for example, and I know that I have a range between the 9 and the 19th, right now I'm click and dragging. That should have selected, like click and drag should have been the proper selection of everything. Righty, welcome on. How are you? How's everything? Um, I am sorry to announce today, Riley, that the price is now 140 because it has been released. My bad. I know. But welcome on. So there are like behaviors that I want to change and work on and ensure that this is gonna work. But yeah, gas fix, welcome on in. Yes, it didn't take long. I mean, I told you on Monday. I said it is probably going to happen in the next 2 days, and it happened yesterday. So it was in the next 2 days. But yeah, like it's mostly like behavior wise, I want this thing to be more closer to the outputs, and yeah. No, no, no. It's not there. You get everything. I don't need the money. I do, but I don't need the money and I will never milk people. So this is like you get it, and as long as I'm doing updates, you're getting the updates. Um, that's it. So the the thing that is the truest of truth for this, that is also a bit of a statement of what it is. This project is from 2023. Like the latest update that the people that have bought the first version have received is roughly in 2024. Maybe in 2025 they have received something, but I don't think I remember doing an update then. So it hasn't been updated in like 2 years, let's say that. Now we are going to get the new components that are in the Figma file, the new icon styles that they didn't have access to before, the coded components as well. And so the people that were or that had bought it before will still get the update. So if for some reason, sometimes later, I decide to add a sketch file as well, like not a Figma file, but like a paper file as well. Um, Something else, I don't know. Then I will have the ability to just say, oh, the price is now like 160 because we have this, and that on top of the existing content. And if you pay the 140, then you still get it, the update. I don't I don't see why you would. And for the life lessons for the people that are here, this started as a $2 project. So the people that bought it in the first day of the release, they bought 20 icons, which are right here. God damn it. They basically bought that for $2 with the promise that they would have more. And the price doubled every week until we reached $100. That was the plan. So every day I was doing 20 icons or a section so that we had something to present. And then on that day, the price bumped up, for example, and then on that day the price bumped up and so on. And we did a lot. Yeah, we did a lot of icons. And then after that, I still continue to do a lot more icons than this. So yeah, some people like Stony, for example, have bought it for, I think, $4. And now are getting the updates with the components as well. So yeah, not not a license. I don't do license. It's a pain in the ass. If I do license, I'm basically obligated to keep working on it. Whereas if I do a fixed price once, and then it's whenever, wherever, I don't care. It is like this. So yeah, that's the thing. You can use them. You can use them. There's that. It's not like the government is gonna be confused by this. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. And to be honest, this is my favorite icons in the whole thing. Um, I I I think I've done a great job for this. Obviously. Uh, but in one point line and just looking at it like this, I feel like it's neat. The others, I don't know. I like them less in that section specifically. There's this one, and then um, the toilet paper one is also really good. I like the line. Yeah. Listen, I needed 20 icons. I I needed the 25 for the section, and yeah. Some of them not so good. Some of them are interesting. I reused this one for the cactus. No one's aware of that. And yeah, the leaks is we have nudes basically. So if you are sending it as chat, you should just have the nudes as images, and if you are leaking them, yes. Zooming on cursor is you press the control key on your keyboard, and then you can just use the scroll wheel to zoom on shit, and then it falls through instead of doing that and being stuck. Like I can't zoom more than that. So yeah. Um, can be a solid dating chat button. Yeah, can make it solid as well if you want to. Yes, it is. So it is in the accessibility section, if I'm not mistaken. Um, Control zoom for sure. Uh, it's not there. Goddamn, this shit is so bad. And I think it's in display somewhere, but if you find it already, that's good. Um, uh, well, basically the initial plan, right? We're gonna go into the lore of this thing. Um, the initial plan of the project was to create an icon kit that then evolved into, you know what, I can use these icons into components. So it became a component kit. And then now it dropped into, okay, so it's a component kit, but it was just in Figma, and therefore this is not useful for 2025, 2026. Therefore, we need the code as well. So now we have the code. There are other tools that would require or would benefit from having it. So things like creating a React-based component set is something that's probably going to happen at some point, because we can use the CSS and basically make it like React-based or framework non-agnostic. Right now it is framework agnostic. So that's an option that would potentially bring the price up. There would also be the need to implement the entire thing within Framer as a kit slash template. So that's also potentially going to bump the price up if that happens. As I've mentioned, Sketch is another app that could need the thing. Paper is another one that could need the thing. The good thing with Paper and Sketch, and the reason why I would potentially just do that for free, is that both of these platforms do allow for, uh, oh, here is a Figma file, drops, understand, and then display. So that might just be a day of work, right? Of basically ensuring that everything is working, that the links are still there, and that components are making sense. But still, yeah. So I don't know how long it's going to take to answer your question. Um, yeah. I don't think I would have the whole roadmap by the end of 2026. Let's be real again. Um, as mentioned, the previous update was like 2024. So it took me a year and a half, 2 years to do the code section. I have started to do the Framer thing 2.5 years ago now, and I haven't pushed it just because I don't like it. I don't like working in Framer design wise. So yeah. Um, so that's yeah, Stoney doesn't really give a shit about the rest of the roadmap. They basically the only thing that he wants is this. Like he just wants to have access to a very quick access to things and be able to say, oh, I'm looking for arrow um, left, and then click on it and it copies the name of the icon itself, so that you can just drop that inside of the code without having to think about it. That's basically the only feature that he wanted to have. So yeah. Um, but that's basically the thing. And then also if you wanted, or right now, if you want to get like um, these, for example, you can do so, and just get these as an export. And he also wanted to get like the extract as a sprite sheet, because for some reason the SVG sprite sheet is a pretty good option um, for performance. So yeah, having the ability to create like a small sprite sheet with all the icon that you want and or don't want, but you know, maybe you're like, okay, I need these 3 or these 4 um, icons. That's about it. I don't need anything else. Can create a sprite that would make sense. So yeah, yeah, it is. But then again, the reason why we have the SIM card is because Genie, which is usually on YouTube or lurking on YouTube, had a project at some point that said or asked me and said, well, we are doing a thing with SIM cards with like refill and so on. Would we be able to have like icons for SIM cards? And I said, yeah, you just asked. So now on one day we just did SIM card. And then Jonathan, that is here from time to time as well, needed something for deliveries. And basically, I should just go there. Uh, basically, we said, well, cool. What do you need? And then we created the icon pack that needs to go with it. So again, because the law of the project is an icon pack in first, any request from the community on stream was basically done. So right now, for example, if you are someone that is looking at the component set that we have and you tell me, oh, you don't have this component, it would be great to have it. I might just do it, you know? Like I might just have other things. There is also stuff in there that hasn't been done right here, which is the landing page section. I want to have some basic blocks that I can use for myself to make things easier for everyone, but also principally me. And the examples that we have is the updated. Do I have it here? I don't have it here. Oh my God, every time. Enable? No. Annotated? No. Damn. What's the name of this thing? Um, there is a pack that we have, and you probably haven't seen it yet because you haven't been here for long enough. But we talk about it often. There's what I called it adapted. That's true. This is kind of the thing that I want to have at some point. It is a very, very easy way to get like landing page components. So, you know, like you know for a fact that you will always have like a hero section with a header, and the headers have multiple variations. Also, I realized that I turned into a slideshow for a second. And then you have like your hero section is going to look like this, or it's going to look like this, or, you know, whatever the fuck you want. But the goal for this is you end up with the ability to just say, okay, cool. So we have that's a page presentation, but I just want, I know that card number 1 is better than card number 2 for that specific use case. So you can just change shit and get your component through. That's basically the goal. So that is in the roadmap, but I don't want to just copy paste this because this is not mine. Obviously, this is coming from Godly, so I don't have the right to copy, duplicate, and resell. So I need to create my own things. I have started to do another one. And so there is that. There is, I can't show them to you for many reasons. There is, or there are Do I have it here? I don't have it here. I do have it somewhere. That makes no sense. um, I have a I have a file that I'm going to show you in pixelated view. It's going to be fine. That file right now contain not a lot of things, but if you recognize some of the shapes in pixelated view, maybe it will make sense to you. Um, but yeah, that specifically, this one is really useful for me. Going to be useful for everyone. I know it's pixelated, and all of the icons or all of the images are the same thing nonetheless. But yeah, I guess if I do this, that's recognizable enough, right? Zoomed in like this, I think you can reach it. I think that's readable. And yeah, it's just just there for the fun of it. I think you get the idea on this one. Um, so yeah, there is a ton of things. Like that file specifically is kind of massive and it contains most of the thing that I need for activities, and that also would be integrated in. So the basically the goal is to make it grow as much as possible to the most massive thing, but it is incremental. So if you enter early, you get the massive discount at the end. Like again, Stony having paid, I forgot, I think it's 4, but Stony having paid $4 basically has been getting more and more icons on a weekly basis in the first thing, and then more and more components. And then most of these have been implemented within the No Mercy project. So the icons that are here are the icons in question. The buttons, the thing that we have in the settings and so on, all coming from the UI kit itself. So all of that like kind of makes sense and is really good. That is bad though. That contrast ratio is wrong. um, but yeah, like that's the type of thing that happens that is useful. And Sheila's supposed to grow and get better with time, so that's uh, that's for later. Um, the icon pack alone, I don't know if I will have it again. It was a thing, but I kind of removed it because it made no sense. Um, However, the free tier of the coded version, the NPM build right now, gives you the entirety of the line icons, like the entirety of it. So all of the icons that are just lines and not all of the other styles. Like if you don't care and if you just want the lines, you will have the 1,542 icons uh, in line, and you can use that. That's an option. Ah! I mean, the 140 things give you the code as well. So, eh, eh. uh, Also, because, giving you a lot of information today. Right now, I am also making sure that we can have the thing that I want to have as a competition with what Hero UI is doing, which is the themes, which we talked about on Monday. So I'm currently putting that in place. I ran out of tokens, so I kind of put it on hold. But this is um, like, yeah, that's also in the works. Like making sure that you have the ability to get something that is more aligned with the needs is going to be necessary. And so I want something that is very sharp for business stuff. I want something that is rounded for specifically noms, and I want something that is exactly what we currently have for any startups that just need something. So yeah, um, yeah, please drop the link. I would love to take a look. I know that there is a name. Um, I think it's mail.ru. Yeah, it is. um, they have the most beautiful design system presentation that I've seen in a long time. And it's like they've done a very, very good job. And most of the thing that we have, like the thing that is also pissing me off is that I'm seeing a lot of people that are stealing from the Russians, which obviously the Russians have been stealing from everyone else. So, a bit of a pushback, but I still feel like it's a bad thing. Um, Meldoraru, are you? I'm gonna kill some people. Most of the things on VK, for example, but like the team from Mail has been doing some very, very, very good job at presenting their design system, presenting their content, and a lot of people have been again stealing their creations, and that pisses me off. But like these things, for example, um, their design works and the presentation thing is really good. Everything that is in there is made in Figma. There is no there is no 3D work that has happened here. All of that has been made in Figma, and they've done a very, very good job. And I like it. I like it a lot. I think they have done a very good job. Um, Let me take a look at that link that he's saying. I don't know if Sergey is not someone that I already know. Like the chat is broken today. It is not someone that I already know. These are interesting. These are wobbly. They are really good for games. I see. um, I see. Sorry. That's yeah, that's pretty nice. They are doing like a very heavy thing. The only thing that I don't like about it is that they have some inconsistencies in between the icons themselves. Not that it's like uh bad, but it's kind of not the best. However, they have burning church, and therefore I like it. Obviously, burning a church is always a good idea. Um, but yeah, no, they have some inconsistencies here and there when it comes to like the spacing in between things that are not necessarily the same, and or the thinness of some of their lines that might make some of the icons feel out of place in some cases, but overall, this is really cool. There is a lot of them though. Um, I don't know why some of them are so big and some others are not so big, but it is really good. Is and was I was what I was saying earlier. God damn, this one is a very video game icons. Like this is something I could reuse. Um, that is something that is very much Genshin-like, so that's interesting. And yeah, the only thing that I have against this is the fact that they look like they might not all be from the same set. Like the consistency of thing is a bit off. In the sense that, for example, the cotton one is um, a mix of line and solid. The wheat one is a mix of line and solid. The others are mostly solid, and most of the icons themselves are going to be solid things. I understand based on the fact that cotton is white, and therefore you don't want to have something that is black instead. So that is making sense. But like a bush may have been good the other way around. So there is some inconsistencies for me in all of that thing, and there are some things like the tree branches that we have here that are very, very pointy and very thin compared to the palm tree here or these ones that are kind of heavier overall. So consistency wise, it might not be the best, but in order to, get shit like this, yeah, this is great. This is like a very uniform icon kit. So yeah, but still, dead tree or not, still needs some sort of a consistent um, line style for me. Like these are all the same. These are all lined except the one that don't need to be lined, and that makes sense. Um, but yeah. Also, if right now they are currently on 2,234 days, that's a lot of icons. That is Command F is not working. Um, oh, it is working, but it's working bad. um, I, can you explain this when they are crossing? What is the like? There is reasoning, right? That's the reason, or that's the reason. Is it because it's been replaced by something else? Like this is the replacement, or is it something different? Just like they didn't like it. I see. That's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to click on it and get the icon. Um, yeah. Nonetheless, I do like them. I feel like some of them are probably gonna. That is very Russian. That's good. Uh, um, some of them are really good for games. I might be able to use some of them in some use cases, but yeah. Um, That's that's a nice system overall. It is simple. Yeah, I don't know. I have a obviously I'm biased on this one. Um, well, I like when the icons have a bit of a consistency across everything, so that you can tell that they are from the same kit. Um, and so all of my line icons are the same, all of my solid icons are the same. Like they have roughly the same line width, the same spacing in between elements most of the times, so that it is consistent. Sometimes we don't have the ability to get like the same spacing, therefore we have to move things around. Like for example, here these three dots should probably get like a bit more space to be better aligned with what we're trying to achieve here. Um, but yeah, like that's the consistency that I do like. And we only have um again 1,500-ish per style, so 6,000 in total, but like still 1,500-ish. Um, and some of them are not that interesting, but still not comparing. It's interesting that they have made these gradient one. I don't know if that makes sense to me, but there are a lot, and that's good. That's people using the icons as tattoos. Crazy. Um, yeah, I would say they are mostly, or not mostly, but they are a lot more illustrative than icon based. Meaning that these are not meant to be displayed at like 24 by 24. They are probably going to be displayed like much bigger so that they are understandable. Um, so it's not a bad thing, but it's just like that allows them to create things with a lot more details that on my constraints I can't really do, because it's just bad. It's not an option, but that's fun. But they have a wobbly texture to them, which I do like. Like it's not the cleanest bottom section. It's not the exact parallel uh lines for the opening here. Like that, it's fun. It makes it more interesting. I do like it. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So yeah, nonetheless, going back to what I was saying, if um if you're looking for like icon specifics and or um component specific that you want me to take a look at and or work on, then it's just a request away, which is the good thing. The good thing, benefit of being uh basically a community based UI kit system is just like, okay, cool, we need a component name. Let's do that. And then we can just do that. Like we have these icons that we were thinking about putting in place, but police station is complicated to do. Um, the only thing that I could potentially do is like the the rotating lights, and even then I don't like this as an icon. I feel like this is not an easily understandable thing. O2 and CO2 is just so complex to do that I don't want to do them. And in the industrial park is very much hard to achieve when it comes to the sizes that we have. Because right now, the only thing that we have is buildings are going to be this. And so, you know, um, not necessarily as good. So, do I have icon that says icon? No. I don't have an icon. Um, because I don't know how to represent an icon um, as an icon. I have the system one with the, I forgot if it's in the, I think it's in the design tool, um, which is supposed to be here. We have the placeholder icon, supposed to have the placeholder icon. Right there. So that might be the icons type of thing, but it's not. it's not necessarily the thing that you want. The Figma AI did make the mockup well easier to handle. That's good. That is good. I'm seeing thing that right now I don't like. The thing that is important with the Figma AI stuff is that it is, again, it is currently free, and therefore it makes sense to burn through most of your credits, which are free, until it becomes impossible to work with and too expensive to work with. So I was right. I was right. That's crazy. How did I see this? Damn. I messed it up. Well, it's just like your current AI balance, if you have a paid tier, is 3,000 credits, and as long as the beta tag is there, you don't burn anything. So you can ask whatever the fuck you want in there, and your credits are never gonna run out. So that's what I'm saying when I'm saying do that now, because in like, I don't know, a month or two, it might become paid, and that's not what we want. We want it for free, always. Yeah, that's. Why is that uneven? Welcome back. The thing that you shared is interesting. I think it's a good use of having the component displayed, but I don't know if that's gonna be the best. But it's better than nothing, that's for sure. So, can you see how slow this shit is? Am I turned into a slideshow as well? Like, is it what is currently happening? This is so broken. I need Figma to fix their shit, because goddamn, I can't move around. It's crazy. Oh, ah. Yeah, well, that's gonna be bad. Yeah, but it's not supposed to be like that laggy. Specifically, I mean, again, the reason why I'm pissed about it is that in their latest uh, release, they said now when working with large vector groups, it is more efficient than ever. And yeah, you mean stroke outline? Like when you have an icon that is like this and it transforms it into a line version, if that's what you're talking about, it exists. Um, that's going to be better. That at least that is settled. Um, Also, I have a feeling that this is going to be useful. For when you have you have icon that look like they are outline paths, but they are actually filled paths. Yeah. Um, sorry. I have a feeling that this community and the people that we have here have a tendency to say that could happen in the next few days and then it's done in the next 4 hours. I have a feeling that this is very common for us. So that doesn't surprise me, but goddamn. I see. That's good. Um, that is good. I do think that the people that are skilled, so Phil's is skilled, Stoney is skilled when it comes to code. If they have the ability to use like an AI assistant and or other thing that make them go even faster with the same capabilities, roughly, they're just gonna be way more faster than before. Weird sentence. The same way that like me with my design skills being pretty fast, less fast than before, but still pretty fast. There are tools that make me faster, and there are things that I'm using to go faster because it's just like, yeah. Um, I mean, yeah, it feels like a good thing, but that's impressive. Um, does that still work with the thing that Stony you said last time of FFmpeg should have it by default, but now they need to fork the No Mercy FFmpeg instead? I'm guessing yes. I'm guessing it's just like a pull of the latest version of FFmpeg and then add it to the current code base so that everything that you already have as an enhancement from field sides is still working. But yeah, the same. I mean, the same thing happened with Yoker. It's just Phil showed me the site. Showed me this, and we had a chat about it. We said maybe we can just like you know, cleaned up some shit here and there, and and then the next stream, so it was like a day and a half after, we had the redesign thing, but in code because it was faster. Like it came to Figma a day and a half after that first day, just because it is good enough, and it took us 4 hours to do the thing. And then I got access to the repo, and it was implemented, and then we were good, because why not? Yeah. It just makes sense. It makes sense. Anyways, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool update. Gonna lie on this. I was about to do something and then I forgot. Yeah, that. So the plugin that you were asking for, Gasface, it exists. I just don't remember uh, the name. I don't know if it's this one or this one. I wouldn't want to get the thing wrong. I'm gonna get this one instead. That is not the same. And I don't think I can search for shit. He's so popular that people have been impersonating him, I guess. The fact that I can't find it is bad. They have created the plugin that you want, basically. They have said, oh, sometimes you have like a UI kit that exists that is just outline instead of being, but it's line UI kit, and therefore you just want to flip it, and they did. They did. I don't know if they have. No. God damn it. I know they talked about it. They've done like a lot of good thing and plugins. Oh, there's no dot in there. God damn it. So there is, if I'm not mistaken, they have made this thing. The outline to single line. So basically exactly what you asked for when you have an outline line icon, and then it just does it. Ah. So this is really useful. It is really useful, and we do like it. They have done like another thing. I don't know if they have released it. I don't think they did, based on thing. But nonetheless, the viable visualizer thing is an amazing plugin. It's on its own. If you're someone that has a big design system slash viable stock things within your project, you can get viable visualizer to get like the understanding of what are the viables, where are they linked to, what is linked to them, what are my primitives, where are my primitives used, what are the relationships. If I change something there, I can do that, and you have then the ability to create and or switch the variables that are used within the components and or frame through this in a way that is really, really useful and really interactive and fun. So obviously I clicked on the Chinese one. This is not going to help anyone. It is really good. They have done, again, a very, very good job at presenting the content and how things are supposed to be working. And then um, it's basically like the amount of spaghetti presentation that they have in there is crazy, but it does work really well. And yeah, I don't have like I don't have a file in which this would make a lot of sense to showcase, but it is really cool. So if you have like a good big design system that you want to play with, this is really good. So as always, I shared you their Figma profile, but also their Twitter profile because that's good. Uh, and then I missed this. You said I'm genuinely not sure if I should relearn to do UI and design apps or just code everything of a detailed spec and design piece. Um, you know what? I don't know either. I feel like nowadays it might not be necessary to relearn and or learn um, UI design as a whole, but learning UI design quirks and all details that makes it look more interesting. Um, that might be good. That might be a good thing. So basically going through, if we go back there, for example, which again, the thing that I've talked about before, that no 3D used in that this whole thing has been in Figma mostly. Um, I'm still impressed. I have redone that many times because this one is really easy to do and it's really fun. Um, anyways, so shit like this, for example, is a type of UI design quirks and thing that you can do that is interesting to learn and knowing like how to create that because it's fun and it makes the interface more interesting, but it is not a necessary point. Like understanding how glass work, that is useful. I don't think an AI would be able to create something similar to this with the quality that they have here. And I don't think that if you don't know any UI work or UIs, you don't have any UI skills, you'd be able to generate slash prompt something like this. But is it necessary to learn how to create and do UI work? Not necessarily. You can 100% get around with vibe coded content nowadays with like 90% of the thing being good enough. And then if you have the skill of saying, oh yeah, I know how to make this better by changing the gradient, the spacing, the font, the icon, because that makes sense. Um, that's that's the thing. I haven't tested it in a long time, so I don't know. Let me check. Let me check. I didn't know they have created a better LLM concept. That's an interesting thing. Let me open that in there. Have you checked the tutorial? Sorry. Um, they say this this thing will not work on varying weights. That's interesting. Let me do that. That's a that's a big that's a big one. Let's not do that. Let's do enter instead. Let's make sure that this thing is like bold, and then let's drop that to 24. Oi, Figma is so laggy. So if I outline this, now this is just an outline thing, right? If I wanted to line it at oops, it doesn't seem to work. Ah, it does work. It takes ages. Um, and it did 60,000 variations of the same thing. I'm guessing this is just stroking at 2 is probably the reason, because it has lined it instead of that. That's interesting. Let me revert it and do not 2 but 1. It takes its time though, that's the thing. Yeah, something's breaking in there for sure. For sure. I think I know what the process is, but yeah. Maybe there is like a. Let me try something different. You know? That is a rectangle, but they want a vector. So basically they want me to do this. And then say I need this to be turned into a 1-point line or 2-point line. Yeah, it says done and nothing happened. Interesting. Well, I do remember it used to work. Sorry for the high hopes. Sorry for the high hopes. But it used to work. It used to work. Also, Phils, don't be late. Don't be late today. So figuring out exactly like what makes UI good and what you like in UI is going to be the most important thing, rather than learning how to do the UI thing, so that you can then you can then do something like this and say, well, I do like this color scheme, or I do like the fact that they have a lighter border here. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the work day, and we'll see you soon. You know, like that's the type of thing that you can do and can get better at with time. But still, it is useful to learn UI fundamentals, meaning that if you go through the laws of UX, for example, Danny, welcome on it. How are you? How's everything? Did you apply to what I sent you? Have you seen the fact that I sent you something? I don't know. Maybe you have. You haven't. Or maybe you have. Um, okay, I sent you a DM on Discord. Um, is going to be the main thing. Thank you for the link. I appreciate it. Because nowadays, again, I don't touch Figma most of the times. I'm touching Figma when I need to have some sort of a better amount of variation for the design itself. Like when things needs to be more granular, when I know that I will have things that oh, that's interesting. I know that I will have things that are it looks to have moved the line that we were talking about a second ago somewhere else. Are they like done, but they have overridden somewhere else? Nonetheless, I know it's a creative process, and therefore I'm gonna iterate on things where, like, for example, if you look at these two, you might not see the difference right away. Right, from a visual standpoint, it might just be like, well, it looks very much the same. Like there is not a lot of things that are happening, but it's just like you've changed something in the color, in the background, you changed it in the effect, you added like a different thing. But this is something that the AI assistant would piss me off about most of the times because it's just like they're gonna attempt, but it's never gonna work. So that is roughly a thing where Figma is gonna be used, but in reality, I really have stopped using Figma. I haven't touched Illustrator since 2015. So basically, um, in 20 from 2013 to 2014, I was in an agency in which we were using Photoshop and Illustrator. Like we basically were in Photoshop in the beginning, and I said Illustrator would be much better because it's vector based and therefore would have something that is scalable in the outputs. And the team said, yes, you're right. So we moved from Photoshop to Illustrator, and then I changed company. And the agency after that was like, oh, we use Sketch here. We don't use Illustrator anymore. So I was like, okay, let me learn it. I learned it in like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and then um, I moved to the consulting job. They were like, Sketch is good. We are good with that. I moved to a startup, and the startup was like, cool, we use Sketch. It's cool. While I was there, I said, you know what, Figma is pretty good, so let me just move everything to Figma. I did so, and since then I haven't touched Sketch either. Like I've tried to work with it from time to time, like on beta versions, but that's it. Um, and Sketch is still around. Sketch is really good, to be honest. um, and so basically since 2015, when I moved to that agency thing that said, oh, we don't use Illustrator anymore. We use Sketch instead. And I was like, cool. And since then, I haven't touched it. I also kind of removed Photoshop and all of the other things from my workflows at the same time because Sketch was good enough. And then when I moved from Sketch to Figma, I had like a transition period, but for some reason, the transition period was extremely fast. I think in about a month, we went from full Sketch to full Figma and never looked back. So yeah, and now since 2018, 2019-ish, I've been working in Figma all day, every day, almost. And since 2024, I have kind of stopped touching Figma, and and just being doing the shit in code. So like right here where I have my component for Stony that are done the in the Figma file is just because I needed some sort of an experimentation in making sure that I had everything in front of me. But in reality, these things are like kind of boring and basic. And I don't want to go through all the stuff that I would have gone through in the past. So for example, my badges right now are just the default badges. I know for a fact that if I want to go through the creation of like proper badges and so on, I kind of need different sizes of badges just because of how I need them. Um, and so that was a weird thing. Uh, so getting like all of the three variations, all of the badges with icon only, which makes absolutely no sense, by the way, uh, is something that I know would be much faster to do within the CSS file now. So I'm not going to bother do all of that again within Figma just for that ability to then use more tokens and ask Claude to put that in place. I'm just going to say, well, we have these. The updated versions are just going to be, okay, let me check the values. So we want this to be probably something like 12, 8, so that it makes sense. And then 12, 10, I don't know yet. We'll see. And from there, we want to make sure that this thing is, going to have a bigger font, so it's probably going to be at 16. So that makes sense. The icons there, like the two that are here, are probably going to need to be a bit bigger than what they currently are at. So I might just change that as an export, but like just as a check, it's 14, so I'm probably going to move that to 16, and then tell that to Claude and say, well, the new size for like the medium size of badges, it's gonna be there. So yeah, have a good scrum. So yeah, I don't know. For me, it's not a necessity anymore. So yeah, I do that. Um, I mean, XD was good. I still want some of the features that Adobe XD had that we still don't have. Um, like I mean, we've been trying to, but it's been really complicated. The thing that Figma has tried to put in place is if I remember correctly, if I do this, um, and then you can expand, that's one way to just expand shit. And it works if you have like, um, this is gonna piss me off. This is not supposed to work like this. If I do like banana, also these two are supposed to be hugging content, not filling. And then open out for some fucking reason. Don't ask. If I do that, and then I expand, it's going to fill thing properly with like fruit names because it makes sense. Nishit, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? So that's one of the features that like Sketch had with the InVision plugin and that XD had by default, which was really good. So Figma has tried to put that in place, which is pretty good. But then they have like a ton of other things in XD that was really good, like the line for the fold, so that you knew exactly how much a scroll was about to be taking every time that you were looking at a page. You had the ability to do some other things with like fixed elements that are not just fixed at the top, they are fixed also just on the side if you have a horizontal scrolling thing, which is not something that you can do in Figma. So yeah, I still want that somewhere inside of my Figma files, but that's again because I'm kind of moving away from the Figma files. Um, Yeah, because you don't have the, I would say, the brain path for what tools to use and when and how, whereas you do have them in Illustrator because it's just like it's easier. Most of the things like the shape builder that you have in Illustrator has been coming to Figma lately. I don't like it, but it's still there. So if I do shit like this, for example, because that's the easiest of option, um, now if I go in there and I get into shape builder, which is something that you were looking for before, um, like that is the type of shit that makes sense to you and that you couldn't do before. I remember that. Um, but yeah, it's not as intuitive as it used to be, and yeah, um, so I get it. I get it. It makes sense. It makes sense. Um, Seriously, to XD people to make an automation system similar to Keynote Magic Move, relations state between frames. Um, yeah, um, auto animation was a very useful features when it came out, for sure, for sure. Um, so yeah, exactly, Stony. That's the thing. Like you have the brain path on the rest of the tools because you know them, but inside of Figma is just like I don't know what the fuck that is, which is a uh valid response by the way. It's just like that makes sense. No questions about it. But that's a pretty fun app icon still. I still don't like that background thing. By the way, Danny, for the job that I sent you, I think the salary is good. The fact that they are sponsoring visa and that it is in the country that you want to go in the beginning, not Canada, but the other one, is a good thing. Um, the fact that they are not requiring any experience is really interesting for the salary that they are giving. Um, and the company itself seems to be pretty good. They also have things for mental health slash health in their job description, where they mention that they want to ensure that other than the regular health insurance that they are providing, they also want you to be happy and have enough time for the gym, enough time for the nutritions, the activities and other things. So all of that is really cool. And I think it could be interesting. Again, it is an AI-based company, so therefore they have a bit of money at that time based on the salary expectations, but they are relocation in San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken, and therefore the price of rent and the need for a car is going to be very strong. So to be aware of, but still, cool opportunity as a product designer lead, a small team, and you would be like basically having a real impact. So going back to the discussion that we had before regarding the current company, if you're still current there, I forgot. um, it's mostly something that they will listen to you. Like they will not have a choice. Like you would be the reference
Jan Lun's
in there.
just
So
resubscribed for 29 months. What
that's a
another
thing.
month?
God damn, yeah. Welcome on in. How are you? How was your day? Thanks for the reach out. I appreciate it. Um, that's a long time, 29 months. Holy shit. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How's everything? I think Riley, are you the one that has been trying to implement Heaper on your stuff? I think yes. And Yan is the creator. So if you want to have a chat, that's the person in question. I forgot if it's Riley or if it's to police that were looking for a place to organize things, and I said, well, EPO is a good option. Um, uh, and yeah. So yeah, Danny, that's the gist of most of the thing that I had in there. Uh, Other than that, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's gonna be good. Maybe it's not gonna be good. But it's a pretty good option, potentially. Um, I like that. I like the red. I like that red section at the bottom. I like the dual transition right there, even though it's absolutely broken and blurred. Um, that's a fun, it's a fun thing. Yeah, I don't know. Um, I don't know. Anyways, I'm derailing myself to not work on the fucking things. That's the reason. That's what I'm doing. Which is not good. No good. Other than that, that I mentioned earlier, I need to have like a better getting started thing. So in there, I kind of want to have most of the stuff that are related to um the NPM package and explaining how the NPM package is working, because there are things that you need to put in place. But technically speaking, it's also like in there already. So whatever. I did do the release PDF already, um, or I did that in the documentation, um, with a bit of Figma. You pissed me off. Sorry. Uh, like this thing. So there's just like your mom got an upgrade with the information and then the code blocks in question, like what you need to put in your npm rc file so that it works, and then you can pull from the things. I think the UI Pro is the only one that I mean, not I think the UI Pro is the only one that requires this. If you want the free version, you don't have access to this file anyways. But yeah, it's working. We like it. So that's in the folder. Anyone that is buying the kit today is going to receive this and the latest version. I do need to uh, create a release email for most of the existing users. So yeah, also I need to highlight this um, in the email in question. So yeah, that's bad. I do have a question about that word right here. Is this the correct spelling? Because for the French, we don't have the K, and it blocks with CK for me is blocking, not blocks like code blocks. So I don't know. Um, no, I do have the mailing list. It's already automated. It's just I need to make sure that the people can reply to the email and that I get the information, because I don't know if the lemon squeezy email on no reply or not. I don't think they are, but I'm unsure. So just for the thing. Um, yeah, I mean that's what Claude said. um, of I wrote it without the K, and it said this is the French way of spelling it. I was like, that makes sense. That that sounds about right. Um, but yeah, if it sounds good for you, if it looks good for you, I'm saying it's good. Gonna trust that. Gonna trust that. Um, but yeah, but that's the ID. Very simple page, and thing. Again, going back to when I started this, this was an ID. This was also an ID in 2023 of this UI kit would have been the perfect excuse to have a YouTube channel about content that is design related. Because that way I would have been able to say, let's go through how color works. And I'm creating a full video about the colors, explaining everything. And then in the documentation in question within the UI kit, because I'm using the UI kit for presenting the thing, then you have the video if you just bought the UI kit and you want some explanation. And I thought that this would have been a very good idea, like basically creating YouTube videos per components of how to use the buttons, why they are made like this, what are the quirks of them, and what's the composition. And then I gave up. I think I did. Um, I think I did one of them, and yeah, it was at the time where AI started to be okay-ish for um generation of images, but now that we look at it, not good. Not good whatsoever. But yeah, no, I had all of that like in the pipe. I wanted to talk about it. I wanted to have like the explanation of what would needs to be in there, and uh, and no, didn't happen. Did not happen whatsoever. uh, it should have though. It it should have happened. It would have been more interesting. And I would potentially have been monetized by now on YouTube. But no, still no. But you know, I have things about like typography, going through explaining typography skills and how they work. You can see also how my Japanese hairdresser kind of fucked me up on this one. They decided to go very short on the hair for some reason. I didn't like it, but it's fine. It happens. Um, Also, it doesn't look like me now. I know. I know. It's the same person. I'm younger there than now. I know. I but you know, I have like things. Get the entire thing. That would have been so much more interesting. But yeah. Also, I watched this video, kind of. I mean, I watched the beginning and then I said, "Yeah, no, you don't have any brain." So yeah. Um, yeah, it's refinement and other things, but yeah. I still do prefer the other older hairs. Like these ones are good. They're kind of nice. The blue one were nice. They kind of went away really fast. We don't have a lot of other videos about it. The pink one were good. Nonetheless. I should have kept doing videos. I only have like 500 videos in total. Um, and 518. Basically, with the 18 that we have now, I need to get 3,000 watch hours, I think, in order to get like monetized as an option. Meaning that if I just go through the process of creating like 10 videos in total that are all like 8 to 10 minutes long regarding the UI kit, I'd be able to get through that. But I don't have my tools for editing anymore, so I don't want to buy them again. So mm-mm, not happening, not anymore. Anyways, Estonia, I will remind you of something about that specific thing. If I go back to a color or white or anything, it's going to be with that length at a minimum $270, um, if not more. And then I'm gonna have to maintain every 3 to 4 weeks. So if I get a full-time job, yeah, for sure. But without a full-time job, mm-mm-mm, mm-mm-mm-mm, that is not gonna happen. I am not gonna be able to sustain financially any of the hair experiments that I used to do because goddamn, this is expensive. So another day, maybe. Today, no, not an option. Not an option. But yeah, no, nonetheless. Again, when I'm looking back at some of the YouTube videos that I was doing, also some of the Twitch highlights that I was doing at the time, um, I don't have the same vibe that I have now, so it would make more sense for me to just do a bit of a different recording things. But yeah, the thing that I'm using, by the way, for people that care, I'm using Descript for my editing tools or as my editing tools most of the times because it is like so much easier for me to just edit shit with the text. So if I see that something is wrong, I can just cut it out and it edits the video properly. The thing that is annoying is that it is uh not free. Like there is not really a free version that is good. The free version does have like the 720p maximum thing, and there is a big ass Descript watermark on top of the entirety of the video. So at a minimum, I would need to go to the 16 thing, but in order to go through the entirety of a recording, it is usually a lot more than the 10 media hours that I have to go through. Um, and it's just like not good. I used to be on the 24 one because 30 hours was good. I was debating going through the business one, but I kind of stopped there. So yeah, also total work on it. There is a vibe coded one. I mean, let me rephrase that. There is 6 vibe coded one that I tested. They are all shit. Not a single one of them is at the level that the script has, and it it's bad. It's bad. Um, like I forgot. Yeah, I think that's the one that I tried, and it's just like it's just so shit. They look similar-ish, um, but the script is so good that I don't mind paying. I just mind paying right now because I just don't have the money for that. But it is just like interface is so bad, behavior is so bad, transcript is going through Super Whisper, which is not as good, and then editing is not as clean as the script one. So yeah, um, he did another thing. He did an alternative to Screen Studio. I don't think he's done the script alternative unless I've missed it, which is an option. Um, but yeah, um, yeah, Dreamcard is the one that I had it by. They have a good website. We talked about it when they released it because that was a very much 2025, 2026 designed website thing with all of the glass and the shit that they wanted to put in place. But yeah, it's it's still expensive. It's still kind of expensive. It's less expensive than the script for sure. But yeah. Also, I don't really trust a designer that doesn't concentric their button on radius shit. You know, the usual. Um, but yeah, no, I don't know. I have obviously a bias against or for um, uh, the script itself because I've been using it for so long. But yeah, I have seen some of it. Is is this one of them? Yeah, because this, I mean, I think it is, but it is pretty impressive. Movement is good, composition is good. Um, there is just one thing that is weird, is that his haircut is changing right now. Like there is a mullet that is happening, but yeah. Um, also the back dances, background dancers are moving weirdly, like in a non-human way, but it's also sped up, I think. Um, but the continuity, the rigging of the characters is really good. So yeah. But no, other than that, I haven't seen much. Other than that, I haven't seen most of the videos and questions. So I don't know. I don't know. To be checked. The one that I had saved, I don't think I have resaved it here. No, I haven't. I know where it is though. The one that I have saved, which is right about here. This is from July 1st, obviously, so it's a bit like further out. But god dang, already, god dang, god dang. Like right, god damn it, that was supposed to be a pose. Um, right here, like that movement is the only time when you're like, something's off. But here, face is fine, hair is fine, movements make sense, cat is fine, kinda. Um, and this is July, July 1st. So yeah, um, Higgsfield H3 is Higgsfield, right? Yeah, is just going to be better. So it makes sense. It makes sense. Things are going to be crazy. We talked about the AI podcast last week, and you can kind of tell But again, like if you take a screenshot, I can't really tell. That it's like there is a filter on the video itself. Like you can kind of tell that the wrinkles and the hair and so on, but it might just be a low quality shit, you know. Nonetheless, Footlong, we're calling it. How are you? How was your day? How was your yesterday as well? So it is crazy. And we'll see where shit are gonna go. But yeah, I don't know. I think there will be a lot more fake AI influencers in the future. And the good thing is that the people that don't see the difference are going to be uh, on there and believe that's a real person, which is fine. They're going to get drained of their wallets, and that's a good thing as well. But damn, like if as I've mentioned before, if I didn't have morals and ethics, I would be so rich. I I would be so rich. The amount of like uh, female version of me with big titties that I could run on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter and make banks out of it. I already have the hair, so I could 100% just do the thing. But no, it doesn't feel right. I mean, it does feel right in the bank account, but that's about it. So yeah. Stony, this was for you, by the way. This is uh this is very similar to your current attempted mascot, but done by a designer with a lot more skills. There's just one thing that is wrong in there, but the rest is good. So yeah. To be honest, I kind of showcased some of these before. I have one on Threads that I have saved for that reason. Um, yeah, but I mean, I think that your designer is refusing because they don't have the skills to do so. Like illustration is not their thing, so it's harder to achieve, and therefore they don't want to do it. Um, Let me see. Can I? That is not what I'm looking for. In illustration, yeah, I am. They are not the best. I know that for a fact. They can touch up an illustration, that's for sure. Like if you have something that is editable and good, they can 100% just touch it up and make it better. But these are some titties. While Thread is not loading. Um, and I showcased that before. Maybe. Maybe that would work. I don't know. Maybe they would find an inspiration about how to get um the illustration going. I don't know. Maybe. Um, where the fuck are they? I have like so much shit here that is not sorted. So it's gonna take a bit because it's old-ish content. Um, like there is one that I have that I can't show you because I know on which account it is, and it's the porn account. I can't scroll, I can't move, I can't do anything on it, so I can't risk it on Twitter, on Twitch. Not TOS friendly whatsoever. To be honest, I haven't seen their account in a while, so that might be. Um, yeah, I used to do that as well. I used to do that as well on paper and in the Canva as well. It made sense. It was working. It was good. Um, God damn. It's an account that is doing a very specific type of pictures, and obviously most of them I can't really show you. They are TOS friendly because they are on Threads, and Threads has somewhat of a stricter nudity policy than Twitch, so that's a safer-ish thing. But also, if you see the photos in questions, um, you can't know. That's the thing that breaking my brain, and the reason why I'm trying to find it. It's just like you can't know that this is uh, AI generated content if you don't pay attention. If it's in your feed, like right there, just scrolling like I'm doing right now, you would not necessarily notice that it is not a real person whatsoever. Like that's a crazy thing. And the only reason why I discovered that this was not a real person is because at one point they were with it is. uh, I had one of their pictures followed by one of their pictures, and the like it was posted in I think 3 days apart, and basically the sun was the same, the plants were in the same way, the camera angle, which was supposed to be handheld, was exactly the same. The room behind was exactly the same shot. So everything like was like so clean that I then zoomed into the pixel and I said, okay, cool, that's the grain that we have on AI generated images. But if I didn't do that, or if I didn't see both of the images by back to back, I don't think I would have seen and or noticed that that was the case ever. So it's a wild thing. I'm giving myself 10 scrolls, and then it's probably gonna be I give up on the looking for that thing because goddamn. Last load. I don't think I'm gonna find it. I don't think I'm gonna find it. I didn't. God damn it. Oh, goddamn. So sad. So sad. I have one that is on Nintendo, which is kind of wilder. I don't know if it has synced though. It doesn't look like it has. It does. Right there. Yeah. Back to back. Like, like it was the next picture. It's if it if it wasn't the next picture, if it had been like uh, I don't know, 3 pixels apart. Why not? But they are like next to each other. And yeah, I like, I mean, the same facial expression, but also the same hair strand, like the two hairs that are just, standing in the exact same spot. Really? So, yeah, that's that's one of them. Um, and there is so many of that on Tinder, for example, that I see where the weirdest one was yesterday. I think I saw a profile with like 3 pictures of almost the default girl model of all AI generated images, and I was like, these are AI generated images. I know that. I can tell. I don't know how, but I can tell. So, yeah. Anyways, details. I saw that. I think this would be a very interesting, fun stuff to play with if we could figure out how to get that effect on the landing page of noms, if it has a landing page at some point, as a cursor tracking things, maybe somewhere, because this is color-wise appropriate, texture-wise appropriate, rendering-wise fun, useless whatsoever, but could be interesting to play with. So yeah, I saved that, and I'll save it, save it. I still wish that they had a link to, where the thing that they are building is located, but that is not the case. So I don't know. I don't know where they did this, how they did this. I need to know. I feel like this would be pretty useful. Um, but nonetheless, this is a good thing. This one bring me something interesting as well. Um, tracking the cursors soon after the page loads, then it's just because of adding a system function for the color variations. Yeah, I mean it's basically a shader. It's the same thing as um, it's the same thing as this in the background that I have here. But instead of having a tracking thing, it's a click and drag as an option. And it can be interactive in that way. But what I would probably do is something like this, where it's just like, it's not visible if you don't move your mouse, but if you do something about it, then you have that trail thing. And that could be an option. It's just like halftone and duplication. So it should be fine. It's just like the trail needs to trail properly. Um, and that's the harder part, I think. Um, but yeah, but it would be fun. Would be fun. Specifically, I mean, for me, it's the colors in question, like these ones right there. These 3 colors plus the pink. I don't want to say that we are kind of close-ish, but we are kind of close-ish already on these ones. So that's a that's a fun option. Um, so we'll see. Eh, I I guess but I don't know. Like that's the truth. I don't necessarily know if I want to do that. I don't know if I can do it by hand. That's also like a true statement. Um, I feel like I probably could, but it also feels like a very complex task for what I have in terms of skills. So it's a shader at the end of the day. Nothing really groundbreaking, but it's just eh, a bit, you know, hmm, hmm, a bit more complex, I guess. Yeah, I guess there will probably be a lot of like cursor trails existing that I can take as a reference. Um, that would just make things easier. Uh, what? Yeah, like that. This is fun. I like this. I might steal that. I might steal that. I don't know. Stony, while you were away, I was talking about this. I feel like this would be a pretty cool addition to the landing page slash effects in some places. Um, and yeah, I don't know exactly how to do that though. That's the that's the issue. But it could be interesting for the landing page itself, just having that in the background as a trail icon and or trail icon, trail cursor, and play with it when you click on this. Could be fun. I don't know. It needs a lot of delays and a nice work for the trails and shit, but you know, could be interesting. Could be fun. Could be fun. Um, but that's for later, right? That is for later. It is interesting though. I do like it. I do like it. Hmm. I'm still unsure about this. I am still unsure about this. Let me remove that. This is a very Nickelodeon color scheme right there. Eh. And I don't also to answer the question, I don't think this would be the nums cursor. Alphabet would be a bit too much. Just a smidge too much. Um, and therefore might not. But I know. I think it's a fun thing, but it's also like if we went with this, why not? Why not? If that was the base, yes, that could have that could have worked. You can remove the eye and make the mouse instead. That's a fun addition. But yeah, I think it's a fun, smoky thing. I like it. I like it. You have two. You have two. Same thing? Ah, yeah. Kinda, yeah. As long as on top of that I have the ability to get uh shaders. That could work. I need to think. 1 second. On drag is good. I think there is like again on the tweet in question that we were on a second ago, there is like a lot more things, like the balls would be exploding and there would be some effects in there, but yeah. Do I have okay. Stony, what's this? Because you sent the link and then you disappeared. And then you said now you can scroll. Is useful. But is this just based on the UI kit? Again, on that tweet, I'm on two conversations at the same time, as always. On that tweet in question, the person that has posted it has been very interactive with the Figma team. So I have a feeling that it might have been something that is like a Figma shader and or a Figma make experiments. But yeah. Um, I see. um, I see. Yeah, I don't know why. As we've mentioned earlier, I do have a feeling that Claude in the past 2 days slash week um, has been downgraded into something that is just like not good whatsoever. And yeah, I don't know. Damn. I I'm sad that you can't use 4.8. Like I'm sad that you can't go back and say let me use 4.6 instead of 4.8 instead because they were better at other things and they might have been less token efficient at time, but yeah, it's not in the CLI. I can in the app. if you have the app on your phone, you can do that on the app, but you can't really do that in the CLI. You can change the model, but not the model version. How? Because I've been trying to do that. Like if I go into model right there, I don't have other options than these, as far as I know. Um, oh, I see. Have Riley, have a good rest of your day. Maybe see you later. I don't know, but if that's not the case, see you on Friday. Um, I see. I appreciate it. Ah, hmm. I said that works. Thank you. Appreciate it. Also, Kane, this was a very slow drop. Welcome on in. um, yeah, I guess like 4.8 is probably going to be a better option than 5, so that you don't get flag as much, and potentially you can get access to other thing. I feel like this is probably a good option. Probably a good option to test and run, make things work, I guess. Oh, that's true. Um, yeah. Again, this is one of the other reasons what I'm like, maybe I just need to move to OpenAI. I know. Just because it would make things easier, kinda. Um. Anyways, we were on this thing. um. I feel like getting a bit of a peach would be a pretty good option. Maybe getting a bit of a more saturated version of this could be kind of fun. But it's still, I don't like it. There's still things that I don't like in there. Um, yeah. Again, I do think that for my use cases, most of the time, I would need something that is not for daily task, because I don't really do my daily task with AI. I just do my coding task with AI because I just don't have the skills. I can still write and do other things, um, but it's just like I don't know. It works, but not entirely. That's the thing. So that's why I'm more of a local model type of person than anything else. It feels like it would be a bit of a better deal for me to get like local models. Um, like that, I don't know why. That's just like it feels like a better option. Um, Nonetheless. Um, yeah, I usually don't care because I usually don't reach my limits of tokens. Um, but yeah, yeah. I mean, I think we could still go. I need these two to be aligned together like that. Ah, that's not gonna work. If I do this, yeah, it's not gonna work. Um, uh, I can fake it, and that overshoot is pretty good. That overshoot is pretty good. That's less fun, but this is bad. Um, the thing that I see here is the potential of having a lightning shape right there, or an oscillogram for like uh, heartbeat situations, so similar to what you had before. Um, because it is a management slash monitoring tool, and therefore it could be a fun hidden Easter egg. So I see this, I mostly see it here, like within this is way stronger than what it has uh, there because of the angles and shit that I've done. But it still exists. Like it's still an option for me to just have a basically one of these um, as a hidden shape, right? So that's interesting. It might just be I need to outline the shapes. Um, yeah, you want the Apple 1994 treatments? Um, have a good look. Um, I don't I don't remember that. It's crazy how much I turn into a slideshow on everything. Yeah. Uh, Boy, I was about to say, am I still blurred? I am. I know. on the retro rainbow. Um, that's the April treatment. Um, thank you. Um, I don't think this would work in terms of transition thing. We could make it diagonal uh, to go with the angle of the play buttons. That would be an interesting thing. Going flat is going to mean that some of the colors are not going to be as visible, but you can't really avoid that. So, um, so that's the thing that I'm like, maybe not. So we have this, which is officially 23. Scale that up to. I'm sorry, let me do that again. Okay, that's 523. Why is my brain so not um in there? Let's do that, and let's take maybe. Ah, God damn it. Are they not? Are they? Why the fuck are? Why are they groups? They're not framed as always. That makes no sense. Let me get that as a mask. And let me get that as the upgrade is useless. The clean version, it makes sense. The shine is good. The dark, which is the background, is the thing that we want to have with roughly like a 60 to 40% distance thing. Um, so this is fine but bad. I'm just looking at the colors right now and the positioning of the potential rainbow if we do it flat apple way like this. This is the other thing that I was saying. Like if we get it to be uh, at the angle of the play button, it is an interesting thing. But I feel like this is too close to your logo that already exists with these lines. I forgot which one it is. It's not the Adidas one, but it is similar to a logo that is like this. So I don't necessarily like this. And also, as you can probably tell, there is a bit of an issue with the sizes of these things. They obviously have like less colors than what we would have uh, right now, but it's It's a potential. It's not necessarily a good potential, but it is a potential. And it's fine-ish. We could have like just the first one in the background is something that is different. Or the opposite. But you know, um, yeah, I know. I'm just looking at the potentials. Like for me, if we get the light colors, for example, and we go through additions, I guess maybe in that union right there, if I add like just go there. There. Let me get a 50 on this and then bump this to, I guess 50. Yeah. I'm doing it bad right now. Don't worry about it. I just wanna check. Mm. Uh, it's not a bad move. Just a bit strong here. It's very heat map related, which I don't like for this use case. And making it sharp is not gonna help anyways. So maybe just there. I do think like a diagonal would be an easy thing. Kind of. The only thing that I see here that could be like a benefit. Also, I love the fact that I have added the shine on top as a transparent thing because it looks like the thing is transparent, but in reality it's not. It's just like the perception feels weird. That's fun. Um, the thing that I could do here is bump the light to something like 69 on all of them so that they are a bit desaturated ish. Again, this is what I would love AI to be able to do because it's the repetitive task that makes no difference. That should be automated. So that's just a bit of a more pastel-y thing, which I think is pretty much more of an holographic transition, which is fun. The the shine on top of that is uh, probably the only thing that we could remove to get something out of it to not be like so weird and transparent looking. So that's the teeny tiny details. Um, I don't like. I don't mind this, but I don't like the background version. I feel like this one may be benefiting from something like a lighter color and or a darker color to go through. Um, Even in dark mode, I I do like that I'm reaching in the transition here. I'm reaching the color of the background because it's that purple that is going to the transition. I like that holographic effect in pastel more than in a highly saturated option. So that's the thing. Um, we could attempt basically that on the back. That is not that is not what I wanted. Um, Getting that. Nah, obviously I like it. That's a bit too much with both of them being getting that effect. It was just like the top. That's an interesting thing. As always, this one is just a ghost thing, so it's meant to be transparent just for the sake of the presentation and just being a bit of a highlight. I still do like it. I still do like it. It's still very much saturated. That's the thing that I'm like, maybe we could not. Maybe we could move down um to even less. Oh my God, this is also broken. That's crazy. Like just a hint, it still keeps the purple as a base, and then it gets that as a highlight. I do like this. The only thing that I don't know about is it still workable in light mode? It could work in light mode, but it's not necessarily good. This one is fine. It it still feels like it's bright, even though we are at 69 in terms of the luminance compared to this, which is at 50. So could go down more. Maybe not. Maybe we can't go down more. Um, but it does work. It does work. This could work. No. I thought about a different type of gradient to put in place, but that's not a thing. We go back to what you said. I do want the dual version with a whitened version and a colored version. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. Um, when you say last one, do you mean this one or do you mean the bottom one? Because the last one was the bottom. That doesn't work. Human ordering is weird here. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this one is the odd one out, and therefore this is 5. Congrats. This one is too bright for my taste right now while I'm looking at it. Um, and I think the reason for this is because we don't have the highlight on top that makes it look like it is transparent right there. So I don't necessarily like this, and also it makes this transition very close together. Whereas here, even though the color is the same, there is still a bit of the highlight overlay on top that gives me a bit of a hint of, oh yeah, that this is, you know, um, that's a nice thing. I like this one a lot because it's not distracting and it's still highlighting the content. It is just not the greatest in light mode. Like if you put it onto light background, it's not gonna work. Whereas this one does. This one is worked pretty well, but it is still kind of bright. I'm gonna try something. All right, I'm gonna see if we can bump that up to, I guess, 80 and see how that looks. That's very washed, which is not bad, but it is very washed and will be very bright and light, which might be okay. I don't know. Uh, yeah. Yeah, boy. Pull the latest version if you haven't yet, because there are a lot of things in there that are useful. And when I say latest version, I mean latest version of the repo, not the npm package. I like that because of the holographic effect. So that speaks to me. But it still works. It still works. So what it does, because this is important and interesting, what this one does is that it is on top of the content. So it's going to go through properly based on the theme. And because it's a gradient of all the colors, it's always going to have some sort of a match color within it. So that's interesting. However, we could make it based on opacity instead. So it's a blend in of set gradient. So like a hue transition, or I guess the hue transition is a very cool thing. Because that gives us something that is like pure highlight, and then it's going to blend in as it can, but it means that if you have like a different type of color in the background, there might be some changes here and there. So yeah. Congrats, Debshi, on doing that. Yeah, it's one of the benefits as well. The thing that is, if you wanted to have like all of the flags or um the full flag, like this one, for example, the play button could be, you know, a thing that we play with. And then these lines could be within these. Like that's an option. That's an easy thing to do if we want to keep that flag in question. The issue that I have is that depending on the community that you are part of, that representation is not the preferred flag thing. So, yeah. But nonetheless, even that one, even though not the flag, is an option to get like the some of the colors and then the rainbow on the side and whatever. Yeah. But for the people that are interested in there, good. Good. Um, but yeah. Some of them are good-ish. So transparency with hue is interesting, but not necessarily good. That's the first thing. The second thing is if we remove that to normal and we change this to, I don't know, 50% for some reason, because why not? Nope. That goes through with opacity, which means that it will be a blending in based on the value doesn't leave. So there might be some issues uh, in the transition. You can see that here. Like for example, this is more muddy than there, and it kind of disappears in blues. So that's a debatable point, but it's an interesting point nonetheless. I like these two best. I like this one the most for the holographic effect that it has, because the cyan is lighter. And I also like it because it works well on light mode. It goes through properly, so I feel like this is fine. Let me see. What if? What if? Hey, ah, sigh. um, I thought, I thought we had it. We don't. We don't. 774. That was wild. As well. That wasn't supposed to happen. This is not the one that I wanted to have. That's the one that I wanted to have, basically, but this is not good. It's not good. Um, oh my God. Mm, mm. I'm thinking about the build. That's what my brain is currently doing. It's trying to figure out exactly what would be the best option. I need two informations. Technically, just one. What's the usage place? That's the that's the question, because you just said something that gave me an ID that I don't want to tell you for safety reasons, for myself. Um, is it mostly something that's going to be used within the app in terms of like the logo of the app sometimes, or is it just like for your use case you want to have like a rainbow option, like multiple colors? flashy thing that just stands out. Mm. Mhm. Yes, is yeah. Um, it doesn't feel pretty good there either, like inverted, as you mentioned. Um, right. This is bad. What I just did is really bad. I just split thing. We don't want to do that. So let me remove. Let me remove this from here. That makes no sense. Let me get. I guess I could remove that as well, but that's fine for now. I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna keep the background blur for now. What I want to do now is this, which is going to be more complex. So I want to get this to white, I guess. And loading a border. Also, why all of my base icon are now unavailable? Like, what the fuck? Why is that the case? Can I just not do that for all of them? Like, is that not an option? I update one. Should update all of them. Anyways. That is not going to be a background blur. I should just have kept that. What I want here is a glass effect. I know. That's just going to take. I mean, 45 is pretty good for the angle that we want to have. I'm going to play with the refraction and all the things that we want to have later. Boy. Click across. It works. Boy. We don't care, by the way, but for the sake of right now, for checking, um, we get that through so that I get the display. It looks too transparent because it's dark. So that's not exactly the same thing. Uh, that depth is breaking shit though, in terms of the transition that we have. And this is pretty good. So this is the idea that I had that I didn't want to tell you, and now it's too late. Um, it could be fun to load the poster in the blurred version in there. It created a unique thing based on the current movie that you're looking at. Again, build-wise, not the easiest to achieve and also not the simplest to do, but also really fun. You know, like it would work with. On top of that, it will also work with the color because you are taking the main color from the poster. So if it is like really a linked thing, then you could achieve something really cool. Like it's interesting. The the build that I just did, because that's important, is combine of one more step to compare to what we currently had. So let me just show you in my regular behavior. Sorry, that's the regular behavior. Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna see if that helps. I see. That's not gonna help. Um, basically, we have the shine that is at the top level of content, that is followed by the highlight blur that is blurring the poster itself, which I don't think you need because you already preload the images blurred. So you might get away with that or without it, without that. Under you that you get the poster, and then you get the darker secondary option of that shape. So that is the thing. These two are aligned together, and these two are aligned together, but they are in between the sandwich that is the right side. So, yeah. While you think about that, I'm gonna pee. Do I think it's good? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's an interesting thing. It it could create something interesting for a loading screen, for a transition, uh, but I don't know if it's really a viable option to create this. So yeah, the build is interesting. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a potentially good system that can adapt to whatever movie you're currently like loading, watching, whatever, and it will adapt anytime. So that's fun. Um, because if we are here, like for example, if that was the poster in question, that means that the probability of the background thing here be um, either red or an orange is also a thing. So it just adds that a bit of a texture thing, um, which could be fun based on, whatever the fuck you want to do here. uh, but that's the info page. Aren't these bigger than usual? Did you change something? Yeah, that's my usual size. Okay. Is it just because I'm there? Okay, cool. It's just arc being arc. Don't worry about it. Why do I click on the titties again? Always. Goddamn. I'm not complaining, but goddamn. I could have clicked on this one and have no titties for sure. But no, I clicked on that. For no reason whatsoever. Um See, I would click on that by default. Like it would be just my hand drifted. Um, am I on the right one, Stony? Is it app-dev? What the attempts, the live progress as you mentioned? I guess if we remove the light number two, which is the blur effect that I added on top, and we get the blurred version of your image, um, like an abstract thing, and I'm gonna go through one of these, for the default shit that we goes with it. Um, it's not great, but it's interesting. And because of the overlay thing that I had in place, this is working and pretty cool. Like for the effect in question, like the usual, the highlights right there. This is neat. But yeah, it it brings something based on the posters. You know, yeah. Jafaza, what morning? How are you? How's the day going? You see the show logo is gone. Oh dang. It is. It is. I didn't. God damn. You come in, you land at 95. Holy shit. Congrats. Look at me not landing. Look at me just slow drop on the edge, I guess. So yep, same thing. Appreciate it. It's going pretty good. I'm trying to make Stony create something weird, and it doesn't work because of how Blur is behaving on small sizes. So yeah. Also, based on what I'm seeing, you are not making the image fit. You make it No, you make it fit instead of fill. Difference. But yeah, I'm proposing something for the logo place where potentially it could take an image that is related to the poster of the TV show slash movie that you're currently looking at. So it would have something that is more interesting, more unique because it is based on the poster in question. Whereas right now, the system is currently taking the color that is the primary color of the poster in question. So, for example, here I'm going to have a red base for that logo at the top, and now it would have potentially the poster itself, which is interesting. But again, from what I just said, you can see how that is oval and the entirety of the title of the movie and the bottom of the movie poster are within it. So it's just like it's compressed and squashed um, in instead of being filled. That's a different thing. What? Can I? I can't do that. Can I? Posters. Either in the headings, I don't know yet, or haha, you bitch. Yeah, that could work. that would also mean that right here would be in communication for the transition. So it would be right, and the communication is the only right that I have quick access. It's interesting. It's interesting. Is it good? No. Interesting. Yes. Uh, it could go there. That's basically the thing. Or it could be the loading transition. So we had at some point a debate. Is it here? No, it's not. I guess in the logo we have some things that are okay-ish, but they are not like what I'm looking for. Uh, but basically we had like this ID for the splash screen slash loading screen. And what I proposed at some point was to get something like this, where based on the movies that you have and all TV show that you have in your collection slash library, the logos themselves come and attach themselves the more you're watching things or the highest rated you have things. So like for example, here maybe you hadn't watched Bleach yet on this one, and then you watch Bleach, you liked it a lot, therefore you have the Bleach logo that is just like slapped in there, and helping. And so that is a thing that I'm like, maybe with that type of customization where we get the logos of the shows and the movies and the thing that you are watching could also go in there. But at the beginning, it was just adding some colors to the logo itself. That's what we wanted to do. Uh, but then again, titties, like it's all I have. No questions. Every time I look at something, I click on something, it is some titties. I'm not gonna click on one on purpose. I could. Um, I could. It's interesting, but that's it. It's just interesting. So I don't know. Hey, I might have to do that. That's true. That is true. Um, I did. I did already. Don't worry about it. I did. I have a. It's not useful whatsoever, but officially I have this widget that is supposed to be like, have I done the thing? And if I did, it's bitch. It's just gonna be saying yes, like, oh yeah, I did this. Technically it's just a tab, but like because I'm on the mirroring, this is not working. And it's like, because it is hidden, I forget about it all the time. And yeah, I'm supposed to use this thing, but it's just like, it's not good enough. So yeah. Uh, yeah. Image cover is the last thing that you need to do in there, and then there is also the way that you blur the poster. is weird. Um, but yeah, I think you're blurring the element instead of blurring background with a sub layer on top. Which is not good. Which is not good. Yeah. Well, I guess that's a reload. Um, yeah, no, Figma is giving you something that is wrong. That is something that you can't do, by the way. The Figma output here, cutie, work on it. The Figma output here is going to be really bad because it is supposed to give you a glass effect visually. Like that is the transition that you have. So just background blur, which is what you have done, is working, but it's also like not uh, the best rendering. So yeah, glass would make it more interesting, but it's also like not feasible on your end. So maybe you are. You are. You are. It's still interesting though. It's still interesting. What? I have a thing to do, which means that the stream is going to end soon-ish. Um, depending on where you are on this thing. I feel like I have stuff to do on the Mom UI kit as always to ensure that it is better. For those of you who are interested, it is now available on NPM, which is a good thing. We have other thing that needs work on the noms, not unless, like I need more finalized content on Stonies and first before I can move on to touch the code base itself. Uh, but that's going to be fine. That's going to be fine. That's going to go through our friends at DeepSeek V4 and it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Nonetheless, let me see if we have at this time of day, we have Kofi, which we went to a second ago. We have James. That's a good
And
thing.
_6 is now following.
And a 6. Welcome on in. And how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? You landed here on the end. I'm looking for someone to rate right now. Welcome on in. Is your name End 6 or is it just End 6? In both case, I like it. You have nothing to do with that? I see. I see, I see. Um, for fuck's sake. James is in the exact same situation as me. Of they are raiding and therefore ending stream. Therefore, we're going to the exact same spot that they are going to. It's gonna be fun. And 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 Reptel. And Reptel. Yeah, I see. I will forget, but yeah. So James has end stream. We're going to the Burbs. The Burbs has been good. And yeah, good timing. good things. Everything is gonna be fine. I'm sending you there because I have stuff to do, and it's 30, so I'm kind of late already. Anyways, as always, if you enjoyed the stream, follow the stream channel things, whatever, you know what to do. And if you have a question, I'm not live, as always, ask on Discord. If you have a big ass list of perfume or big perfume collection, use that. And if you have a big collection of links to share with other people, use this. And the last point is, if you are learning Japanese, use Can. It is good. We like it. I'm not biased whatsoever. And then Mom again is available. So that's a good thing. James just rated on Burbs, which is good. We are going just after Birds. James things is funny. Um, it's bringing a lot of people to the Burbs, but she's currently painting a dog. So that's fun. We like it. We like it. Nonetheless, Tony, you won. Congrats. Chimpanzees, you are number two. Um, yeah, as always, I will be back on Friday at 1:30 Paris time. And Friday is review day. So if you have me, or if you want me to take a look at one of your projects and give you some feedbacks, please feel free to come back on Friday, share links, and so on. But in the meantime, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all very soon. Bye.